is up, y'all, and welcome to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting, where I triggered many atheists by debunking evolution. Dun, dun, dun.
We say tonight because it's tonight in Australia, but
That's true.
It's still the morning here. But
what, James? How could it possibly be the? Oh, it is the morning.
Yeah, I know.
Wait a second.
We're all adapting to this boomer time change nonsense that the retirees put us through every year. This daylight time where the 80-year-olds sit out on. Wouldn't it be nice if it was sunny out until like 9:30 at night? Well, actually, we have all the political power, so we can make that happen. Oh, okay. There you go.
One day we will get a daylight saving time that just sticks. I think it was Bill Burr who was joking how they voted on that and then nothing happened. But one day we will truly come together and get no daylight savings time at all.
No.
Anyway, we are watching a video from a channel. I love these channel names, James, because they tell you.
Where do you come up with them? Is it AI or is it?
I feel like it's just they take a stereotype. They're like, listen, no one's going to believe me if I call me the Facts and Facts Reason Show. And yet, if you call yourself a messenger of truth, well, that's good. If he was a messenger of lies, that would be bad. You know?
Champion of ignorance.
Yeah, exactly. A warrior for unrighteousness.
Yeah. Contender for stupidity.
I think that's what it. Nonetheless, yes, from Messenger of Truth.
Oh, there you go, Blaster Master. Yeah, AZ opted out of that nonsense years ago.
There you go. See, and I love AZ because I used to live there for a year or two. Tempe, Phoenix, and then Mesa. Oh my goodness. My kitty keeps on wanting to scratch wood. But if you had claws, wouldn't you? Anyway, yes, we are watching a video called I Triggered Many, in all capitals for some reason, Atheists by Debunking Evolution. Him and him alone on his channel. Anyway, again, I'm not knocking content creators. That's kind of what we're doing right now. It's just so funny. I debunked all of those snobby academics.
The entire field of science just gone, obliterated, nuked.
Along what you got? All those atheists.
What you got, Dawkins? What you got?
You know, funny enough, he's using an internet meme, and Dawkins coined memes. I guess that's going to be true about like everything now, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
Won't you join James W. and myself, AV Newman, for a good triggering time? That's right, y'all. Thank you for joining us out there on the inner tubes. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. I said it. You can let them go now. And then when you hit that bell icon to all, it allows us to say hello to you so you can see our premieres or join our live streams. I did just send out a premiere. I'll say this because I think I'm going to unlink it today.
What's premiering?
A premiere, that's right. Indeed, I did go back up on the open mic. I'll tell you the funny thing about that open mic, because I think I did okay. And I enjoyed it. It was a good crowd. I found a new technique that I think, well, can I tell you, it was friendly, just you would think friendly to my politics. I think they were just a friendly crowd in general, because it was definitely a mixed crowd if you were to actually see them. Like the guy, I was scared at first because I joked about I cut off because I flubbed it, but the amount of hats that they were wearing, though they weren't wearing any sort of political hats, though there was a guy with camouflage who I'm sending love to right front and center in front of me, but it went okay. It actually went okay. And what was I was going to say something else. Oh, I'm taking it down because, you know, it's had its limelight, but as much as I love political comedy, and I'll probably unfortunately do. Oh, I know what I forgot to say. It went okay, but some of the comedians were like, "Hey, Amy, this was great. Is this your yearly comedy special?" Like as I was leaving, some of the other comedians.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I should probably get back on there more. I should be doing more comedy. It was cathartic, and I learned a new. I'm gonna let the kitty out. But I learned a valuable lesson because I want to be more present in the audience, and it's hard to do if you memorize a speech line for line. And so
you'll be more adaptable.
Yeah. So now I do bullet points, and I say it, I talk it to myself.
That makes a lot of sense.
Over and over, and then because what I want to happen is because it was an okay audience, but if it wasn't, I need to be ready to have like a conversation, because you can win people over if you stay authentic to yourself, but you say, if like you call it out and you're like, oh, that didn't work, you don't agree? Well, it's true. You can sometimes get laughs. You can kind of win the audience over if you
even if they don't agree with you, they can still see the comedic value in what you're saying. They can still see the irony, and even if they might have a slightly different opinion, but you know.
Exactly. And I try to be also the other thing, though this has nothing to do with what I just said, is it's about attacking leadership for the most point. It's about attacking ideas. And so if you end up truly attacking the people, unless that group of people is truly an asshole, I won't get into the anti-LGBTQ stuff. James, it's only been how many minutes? This is why Soros gives us the big bucks. All right.
So, yes. Send a shout out to your friends at ChatGPT, who are apparently monitoring all our shows now. They're apparently
impressive.
I didn't think they would go through that much data, but that was
that is both. As I say that, also both maybe a little bit scary. I just want to thank our new internet overlords that will soon be controlling our lives and how we think. It's truly an honor to be put in your sights, and I look forward to soon being part of the algorithm and assimilated.
Can we become part of the algorithm?
I want to.
Body, soul, and spirit.
What I want it to be. I'll say this, and then I'll send shout out, send love to it. I'm doing all this on Premiere when I should be sending all that love out to the people in our live stream. But very specifically, James, instead of robotics, like how you slowly become more like a transhuman. Don't say that word. I don't want to get taken away by that. Anyway, but
more and more of a
more and more
cyborg,
like Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
It's slightly like a robot, but you actually become balding and don't allow your employees to have pee breaks. What are we talking about? I love our Borg Corporation, sponsored by them. Who knows? Which one? There's only like 3 of them. Anyway.
Well, I mean, you can wear this Foley catheter on your shift. It'll.
Exactly,
you won't need to go pee.
And the great thing is that it is insert brand that we make. So
Amazon
in-house,
package.
they're cheaper than ever before. I love a good
We'll only
deal.
charge you like $10 a day for the.
This isn't mine, but Louis C. Black, and then we get $2 shipping. See, we're truly in the future.
But what about Prime members? They got to get some kind of perk if you're a Prime member. Otherwise, they'll feel like they were gypped, like they missed out for their money.
James, you need to feel like you are getting something out of the Borg program. And again, just how do they do it so fast? Sending love to Lois. And sending love to everyone who joins our live streams. Like, what is up, davegar?
Davegar.
What is up, Blaster Master? What is up, BV? What is up, everybody? Sending so much love. What is up, Scott Duke? Well, I hope you are all having a good morning. I think that's what that is. James tells me, apparently, with the light thing, whatever that is. Oh,
it seems to come up about every. Seems to be on a 24-hour cycle of some kind, but.
James, you may not understand this joke, but take my word for it. It's a good one. But I feel like Nintendo should sue whoever is doing this outside, because this clearly comes from Zelda, their day-night system. I don't know.
System?
Sending so much love to you all. We are Skeptic and Ranting. Apparently, we're about to be triggered because we're atheists, and they're going to debunk evolution, which many theists believe as well. Yes, and day-night systems.
The gay night system. That's when the King Knight's helping John again, just for the fun of it.
James, I can't tell if saying that word is going to get us regulated, or we have to say that word enough so that we meet our quota. These are weird times. Anyway, gay. Enola gay. Triggered.
How many times can you say gay on a traffic stop? Are you saying I'm gay, officer?
It's just a wonderfully gay day. I don't know what he's getting his panties in a bunch for.
He must not be feeling very gay. He's writing tickets today.
Do. Exactly. This is the bar, James. This is the bar.
Yeah.
Can I tell you? I mean, two things. This is the thing I was going to say, and then we'll do shout outs, and then we'll go into it. But like I said right before we were going to go, I said I was going to tell James something, but I was like, let's just...
do it live. We'll do it live.
Do it live. Because I was going to do this video.
I'm here as well.
That's right, baby. James W. How are you? We're in a rhyming mood today. But this video, I meant to do that. This video had a SpongeBob, that much we talked about. And so the SpongeBob at this point is like, it's clickbait for just, that is really why we have a sea sponge as the. I couldn't put an actual SpongeBob. I couldn't copy it. So this is why, like in a VCR, as James said, it's a dog whistle. So it's like we're making a copy of a copy. So an inside joke of an inside joke. SpongeBob, who doesn't love him? Apparently, it is an atheist defeater, just like a banana, just like all of these other stupid arguments that they come up. I don't know if trigger is the right word. I feel like frustrates biologists, academics, and skeptics that just agree and support them. I mean, because truly, spoiler alert, it's really kind of this guy who is triggered. But
triggered by science and
sponsored by coffee.
Rational thought, rational thinking, scientific methods and approaches. It can be very upsetting if you're locked into this dogmatic worldview from an old book written
of 6,000 to 10,000 years old.
Yeah.
Yes, by goat herders, and they hate when we call it stuff like that. And then James, it has like a lot of laws for what you should do with goats, right? And so, I mean,
Well, I mean, goats were very important to the people at the time, but I mean, we clearly see evidence of Bibles in there, of dinosaurs in the Bible. I mean, they made a couple vague references, yet we get goats on every other page, donkeys, but the dinosaurs are in there, sort of.
Well, that's what the theistic evolutionists, they can rub things whichever way. And I'll be honest with you, it's weird because I can make fun of the theistic evolutionists, and yet I'd much rather them much rather them over the fundamentalists who are going to say, no, it was 6 days, and it was, we're 6,000 to 10,000 literal days. And evolution isn't true, and Satan is hiding bones in his free time.
Well,
what a hobby!
Bree out there, good to see. Bree.
What's up, Bree? Woo! You should all be checking out her channel too.
Yeah.
She does fantastic content. And I saw a good question. What is this episode about? Well, apparently. And this goes into, I still haven't said the main thing that I wanted to say to you before.
Yes.
This is what I do, James. I can't.
We're waiting on bated breath.
But I tried to go to a video that this guy did before because I'm like, oh, this guy's talking about like other videos that triggered atheists. I guess we should do that video. Because clearly you don't start with the number 2 video, James. You got to do the first video. And so we weren't going to do this video until I went to the other video. And it started just like this. And it was like, a bunch of people said in my last video. And I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah. Trying to find
how far
level.
back?
Yeah, trying to find base level video 1 might be too tedious. We might have to subject ourselves to too much mental abuse.
In other words, trying to solve the question of elephants down to the universe is about equivalent of when this guy stopped getting triggered himself on his YouTube channel. Anyway, yes, apparently. Well, thank you so much, Bree. And you are always gorgeous. Sending so much love. And yes, we are.
Over there in her photo.
What's up, to freak? Had fun with your comment the other. I forget already what it was, but I think we came together in the last one. Oh, it was on my stand-up. Sending so much love. Yes. Let's do the shout-outs, and then we'll get into it. We are talking, I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. I mean, surprise, surprise, we'll see. Debunking Evolution. It's always like these arbitrary things. They're always very random, James. They're never things I can predict. It's never like, I always go in there like, oh, they're going to debunk the fossil record and genes. And then it's just like a smorgasbord of random stuff. I'm just kidding, audience. He debunks evolution. No, totally. As they all do every time.
Creationists are like a box of chocolates. You never know what bullshit you're going to get.
Exactly. And my goodness, is it bullshit. What's up, Udif? Sending love to Udif, our new crew member. Sending love to Randolph and Taco. I did a stream with JL. He's doing one once a month now, too. Yeah. Sending love. All right, let's do our shout outs. We already said you can like, follow, subscribe. You can send us super chats and I'll dance around because I like dancing. I'm better at singing, but I'll dance anyway.
Dance, but
I do like to dance. It is true. It helps keeps the lights on, and we have our channel membership down below with our evolving badge system. I mean, it's on topic. It's often on topic, and we do evolution because it triggers them. Because let's be honest, that's the only reason two lay people are talking about evolution.
Pretty much.
Because if you really wanted to get a good primer on biology, there's some fantastic people out there. Professor Dave, Gutsick Gibbon, Dr. Ben,
resources online.
all of these skeptics.
Harvard has free stuff online too.
Exactly. Harvard. Can I tell you? And I know. Again, and this is what annoys me, James, because we talk about this over and over and over, and yet I still consistently, to this day, when I talk about this, and again, this is just me venting. I always get, well, what do you know about biology? You, of all people? Oh, it's true. In LGBTQ. Yeah. Because there's a major difference between trying to go into the social sciences, the psychology, the sociology of being transgender, but also say it is biologically backed, but not in the way that we're changing our sex and our chromosome. James, my chromosomes, just like Spider-Man, they're changing. Like, I feel like they either believe in that or the same way. Just like creationists believe in evolution, where the animal just starts glowing. Oh my God, it's a turtle, but it's a small turtle and it's glowing and it's becoming a bigger turtle. It's got cannons on.
I mean, at some level, it gets down to just semantics. Like, what is a woman? What do words even mean? Do they have arbitrary meanings? Can't we just assign a different meaning?
And yes, they get also half of the argument is also tradition, which is like, yeah, but like people just want to live their lives. So maybe, and again, I'm getting off topic because I'll again continue to say this. Okay, I'm getting older now. All right, older, a little bit older. I'm about to hit 20 years on the transgender thing. And when I came out, everyone looked at me and said, Amy, it's the new hot thing. No one's heard of it. Just wait a few years and it'll be boring. How many years? Because still, they use this. And the creationists want to lecture us about biology. The world is 4.5 billion years old. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. And evolution is both a theory and a fact. A fact we use in other theories now. It's really what I mean by a fact.
It's a theory about theories and a theory about facts, and
it annoys me because it feels like 40% and it's going down. It's really 38%. I'm rounding up, slowly trickling down, but they're a strong minority that holds a lot of sway in public discourse, and they must be pushed back upon. I'm okay with them existing. It's not about going to churches and burning them down. It's not about burning A's on people's lawn. We just want to not live in a world where people blame magical evil people for epilepsy, transgenderism, or anything else. As in demons, jinns. Yeah. Anything like that kind of stuff. Bad people do bad things. Sometimes good people do, unfortunately, get in situations where they do bad things. That is the trickiness of life. But many a time, bad people do bad things. And the reason for that was either bad parenting or a genetics lottery that they lost. I don't know what to tell you. It's not magical evil people. And the way to solve it is by being honest about it.
But sometimes people who aren't inherently bad do something really bad, and the reasons for that are diverse and often convoluted, hard to understand. But never make the mistake that somebody's incapable of something.
No.
That tends to be proven wrong.
Life is rarely black and white. In fact, I'm repudiating demons, but most of life, unfortunately, is a shade of gray. I will continue. I said this, I think, last podcast. I love it's a Fallout quote, which is everyone wants to save the world. They just disagree on how. Many people, most people, I think, are good people. They just,
Well, yeah. Well, we used to think that what happened in Germany in the fort, that could never happen here. You would never get people to guard these camps and to persecute and kill people like that. But then they actually did the social experiments and found out you probably could. If you warp their ideology and you twist their way of thinking and you propagandize them the right way, you probably could.
Take my word for it. And again, I don't want to get too political, but thinking that it cannot come to America. It absolutely could. Anyway, trying not to get seriously at this point, I have to stop myself from my hair just becoming blue and just going Bernie Sanders on everybody. Anyway,
if it becomes any bluer, Amy, I don't know. You'll blend in with the sky.
Oh, I hope not, BB. I hope
Oz
not. What's
there.
up,
Morning,
DJ Oz? What's up, Oz? It is great to see you both. Another great YouTube channel you should all be subscribing to. You should all be checking out. Oz does great music streams, does great streams in general. Sending so much love. Mwah. Excuse me. But I have to fight from politics. Because sometimes I think that this type of channel, since we are focused on religion, it gives us a break from politics. I'm fighting something now, James, which is how much I feel like you should do what we came to do, which is to fight superstition. And yet, cathartically, patriotically, which is not something I would normally associate with myself, feel like I have to make certain comedic gestures. Because if I don't, I feel like if you do nothing, it's like you're not as culpable, but sure feels that way. I don't know. What's up, anti-atheist?
People can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Anti-atheist atheist. What's up? I say love to everybody. God, here goes the square root of -1. What is up, everybody? We're just sending quick shout outs. And when I say quick shout outs, that generally means Amy time. So we'll probably be here till what year is it? Anyway, as well as our evolving badge system.
I do have to work in 5 days. So I can only be here that long.
I have to eventually get back to work, but I've been actually good this week. I've been a good lassie. Doing so much IEPs. I'm becoming the mistress of IEPs. I truly feel like I'm starting to understand them. And IEPs really aren't even... I work in the autism department specifically, which I love. Hey. But they're just a special ed requirement. So everyone, even if you're in general ed and you have any sort of learning disability, including ADHD, you will have an IEP. I continue to love to rhyme all the time in this episode. Coffee? What is going on? Anyway, said here's Johnny. What's up, native atheist? Sending so much love. That's what I feel like our politics is right now.
Amy, did you know that the male duck's penis falls off every year? I wonder what he thought the first time it fell off. Oh, he was probably really worried.
I was. I looked down at my duck, which I truly own for some reason, and was like, why are all these penises falling? And then my first thought after that was Ken Hoven. Because anytime you think of an Animals Johnson, you should think of Ken Hoven. That's his
come
thing.
down to Dinosaur Adventureland. We have a collection of over 44,000 duck penises.
That prove evolution isn't true somehow. It works. Trust me. 4 out of 4 wives he hasn't beaten anymore. Agree.
Honey, have I beaten you? Oh, look, no.
Welcome to Dinosaur Adventureland. How are you? Welcome to Dinosaur Adventureland. How are you? Anyway.
Welcome to Dinosaur Adventureland. Ken Hoven's a sex machine. Welcome to Ken Hoven's a sex machine.
This is quasi-invented.
Remember the post, the Facebook post his 4th wife made about what a sex machine Kent is. And, yeah.
I don't, but I'm glad I do now.
Yeah.
Listen, Kent Hoven, sex machine. That was a sentence I needed to hear today.
I mean, basically, the whole post was how nice it is to finally have a man who can keep up with her in bed and, you know, fulfill her. And, yeah.
Can you imagine Jesus writing that? I feel like, you know.
Yeah.
It feels very biblical. Ooh. He's just doing it for the money, isn't he? He doesn't believe in any of this shit. He's been taught, and I do mean taught, by the world's best educators. And they do it because, wow, you're a famous a-hole, right? And he's like, well, yes, I'm a famous a-hole. What can I do for you? Oh, well, this is how evolution works. Ho, ho, ho. But you think you're related to a sea sponge? You think you're related to an amoeba?
How about this scientist? Are you related to a grub? That's why I told him, like, you can save it. Ask all the animals. Yes, it's always going to be yes. You know that. You know that.
But it's like when you say you're related to all life on Earth, and he goes through the Rolodex, and he's amazed each time. Oh.
Even a dung beetle? Yes. Even a dung beetle pushes piles of shit around all day. Are you related to that? Yes.
Yes, they try, and then they try and make fun of you for a basic fact. And it's like, okay. But that's the shtick. That's the whole how they make money.
It's not intellectual. It's not scientific. It's just, well, that sounds stupid.
That just sounds so dumb, James. You know what sounds more logical? 6 days. Just a guy who went boom, 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 boom. That makes way more sense.
A guy who decided to make the plants a day before he made the sun. Because, you know, the plant, they would be okay for a day without sunlight. That's fine. It couldn't have been thousands of years because they would have died.
Now he cares about random. What about gravity? For a day. Gravity for an hour. Without gravity, just for... That'd be the end of life. Like, ooh, excuse me. I am so sorry. I keep on burping.
God himself is gravity. God himself is light.
Don't know why I'm muting now. Sending so much love.
He is the Lord
light
of penises.
And love.
He made every penis on Earth. He crafted it carefully in his workshop.
Yes, I also love that. Is that a Carlin? I forget who said. There was someone who's 6 days straight needs to work, and then he needs to rest. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. God needs to take a breather. It's been everyone needs to, sit down after a little while. What's up, Rembrandt? What's up, everybody? All right. There's also
Kent. I could go 6 days. Right, Mrs. Holen?
Yes. So well
Right?
in bed. He's so good.
Let's do this other reenactment to show how Cindy body slammed herself. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Here, you put this wig on, and you're gonna be Cindy now. Body slam yourself.
It makes too much sense.
Yeah. It makes
I remember that in WWE. I remember when my favorite lady would just come out, boots, the whole outfit and a cape.
China?
She would, just whichever one you want to say. And she just came up on stage and she body slammed herself. Crowd went wild, and I'm glad she won, but the crappy thing is she lost. Anyway,
it was a good fight.
It was a good fight. Pay to watch it again. Go, Captain Lady Pants.
Santa has elves, but God has angels to do things that he could do himself with zero effort, zero cost, zero time. But
my favorite thing, James, is the meme going around Christian circles is biblically accurate angels, and they all look like they're all horrible eye monsters with like multiple wings hanging off, looking at them.
Well, it's like the seraphim. Remember, I told that they have 3 pairs of wings, 2 that they fly with. One covers their genitals, the other I think covers their head. And all they do is fly above the throne of God and say, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole world's full of his glory."
Yo,
that's all they ever
that
do.
is the hard
all
game,
they ever
all
do.
This stuff. Like, if you think you're on the good guy after looking at like Cthulhu level monsters, I just don't get it. He does evil stuff. He looks evil, but you just don't understand our God's 4D chess. True, he's drowning babies. I was about to do something hyperbolic, like he's sending them in shredders, but then I'm like, just use something that he actually supposedly did: drown babies. Drowning babies, but they all went to heaven. Not sure why that's relevant.
But maybe the babies went to heaven, but the little kids, most of them went to hell.
James, there's nothing better than sending, women and children and innocent men, but they're not innocent apparently, to hell. They weren't innocent because they were sinful. They may have been good people, but they weren't innocent.
They were actually horrible people.
Yeah, they were horrible people.
If you've ever done one thing wrong, then you are a reprobate. You're horrible. You're the worst thing in the world. If you've ever done one thing wrong, you're the worst.
I know our opening's going to go on and on.
Yeah,
but
it happens.
That is my new point with Christians, and I say this to anyone, because I would like to ask Muslims if they feel the same way, or anyone. There has never been a perfect person. And in fact, I bet you, if you were to ask, I know you don't think that Jesus even existed, but I would have bet if he did exist and he was actually wise, he wouldn't say he was a perfect person. And so the number one way you can start to realize that you are in a cult is if they say their leader is perfect. It's just a clear sign. No, he wasn't.
I mean, it's like Jim Jones level.
And they try and get away with it because the person who wrote the Bible, Jesus clearly didn't write it, made him look kind of good in many scenarios, like the Sermon on the Mount and stuff. I'm sorry, doing a bunch of good things doesn't mean you're an asshole in other things. It doesn't mean you're perfect. And trying to claim they were perfect is the Jim I can't even say his name. Jim Kong-un. I can't even say his fucking name. No, I'm trying to say that was the North Korean guy because
Kim Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un.
Oh yeah, he doesn't poop. He doesn't do
all of that. That is cult-like. That is the first step that you should know that they're speaking bullshit to you. Again, I don't even think Jesus said. James again doesn't think Jesus existed, and I don't think it sounds like something that people that follow a guy say. Oh,
Kim Jong-il, he hit 18 holes in one and won.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. His first time ever picking up a golf club, he had 18 holes in one, broke all the records, and then immediately retired since he had, reached the pinnacle of the sport.
Exactly. All of that shit is nonsense. That is what a cult is. I get a lot of flack when I say they are in a cult, and yet I mean it literally. I don't mean it as an insult. And do you know what I get every time? The number one thing, James, can you guess? Every time I try to use this counter-apologetic, what do they tell me? You want to take a guess? Any guess? A million things in the world.
You don't even know what a woman is. Even though it has absolutely nothing to do with it, they'll just throw some random nonsense out.
We talk about this stuff, they always go to, well, you think that transgenderism and basically that's your cult. That's your religion. I'll never bring it up. It's never about, and it's always like, dude, who's my leader? Who? And then they always come up with, CNN or someone convinced me to become transgender. And it's like, I mean, I'm being literal. I'm not trying to insult you. It is an actual cult. There is a person that you think is perfect, that you think is divine and above you and can do no wrong. How is that not a cult by the literal definition? But that's okay. I'm sure there's something. Coffee's probably my religion. They always go the lowest hanging fruit.
Coffee's real.
At least coffee's real.
Put creamer in it. You can put sweetener to taste. I mean, it's real.
Yes, exactly. Well, I always say the same as, although my gender isn't real, we're basing it off sex, which is a real phenomenon. We are looking at humans. I would even say religion is a real phenomenon. It is the equivalent. The difference is that we openly say that ours is about feelings and psychology. And that's a tricky subject because normally we're here day in, day out criticizing feelings because there are a multitude of times that using feelings is inappropriate. The age of the earth doesn't, if I were to start a sentence like, as a transgender person, I feel the age of the earth. Who gives a shit? No one that has nothing to do with anything. The age of the earth is 4.5 billion because the data from the psychology, the physicist department. Thank you. I got there originally or eventually.
Various fields of science that all cross-confirms and
we use carbon dating because of chemistry.
It's objective.
Not up to me. So when we're talking about gender, it is closer to someone's opinion on what their favorite food is or what their favorite article of clothing is or color. All of those, we don't use empirical testing. We shouldn't use empirical testing unless we want to study. You can study how, we can, exactly, but you can't, that's not what we use it for. That is sociology, that is psychology. And so it's mixing streams. I'm not, if there was a transgender person that says, no, every time that I take these hormones, it switches out my chromosomes and I biologically become whatever, then yes, I would have to correct them. But they're not. They're not saying that at all. And yet you guys literally think it's 6,000 to 10,000 years old. That is wrong. That is scientifically wrong. And I'm not straw manning you. Like, I am being, I would say, as fair to your argument as I could be. What's up, Jade 4D? Doom, 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 doom. Exactly. It's an internal experience. And I mean, just sometimes in life, that's going to be. You're going to say, well, why do you like the color teal? And I'm going to say, because I do. And you're going to be like, can you show me a source for that? Right here. But that's not the age of the universe. That's not chemistry, biology, physics. I'm sorry, James. All you.
No, I was just going to say that's a rough comparison. But I mean, I do think it probably goes deeper than that. That it's not quite so arbitrary. But
oh, well, there may so there is some biological backing to why transgenders may be. There's evidence that shows our brains may actually lean at least in the direction of the sex that that correlates with our gender. The problem I have is that I don't think they're being honest. I think that this is it's that it's like they have kept this new, and it has to stay new and fresh, and we can't accept it because I used to say, in the LGBTQ community, we went, all right, we got gay marriage, we got transgenders in the military. Well, we won everything. So what is gonna be next? I guess, are we gonna look at disabled people and cheer them on? Are we gonna look at veterans? Are they going to be the next thing propped up? And the answer, quite loudly, was no. We're gonna keep on doing. We're gonna keep on going after the same group, and we're gonna find pedantic things that. James, the fact that sports is an issue, and I'm going to talk about that, unfortunately, probably on a stage. But, like, do you understand the irony of, like, the vast majority of transgender women transitioned? Not all of them. Clearly, some of them want to, but don't want to do sports. Actually,
you think that was the only reason? You think that was the primary reason they all do that? Like, oh, I'm not doing very good in men's sports. Let me transition so I can win.
That is 100% what they make it sound like. They're like, oh, they wanted to just become better at a sport. And so they decided to make their entire life more difficult so they could be better in an absurd, arbitrary sport. And it makes me want to drag.
I'm just a mediocre weightlifter. And poke your eyes out. I'm just a mediocre weightlifter as a man, but let me transition to and then I'll be a great weightlifter. I'll break all the records.
And they believe that's really what people actually do. And again, if that were to actually happen, I guess I'd be the first one criticizing them. The problem is that's not a real thing. That exists in a bubble to criticize transgender people. And I'll keep on saying this to my biological friends because they're trying to pull the wool over you. They don't even want to just gut transgenders. They're trying to go after transgenders over here so they can pull away something over here or attack over here. The religious people are actually pretty good at organizing. They are a small but powerful minority. And so I will continue to say, the LGBTQ thought we had won everything. We thought we had all these people and companies and all this shit on our side.
Corporate media was behind you.
Those cowards, biggest cowards. I swear to God. James, I didn't want outfits where you could tuck your genitals. You know what I wanted? The corporate sphere to have a spine. I'd stick my finger up. Oh my God. This is what I mean. They care about, and I don't mean everyone, because there's some good people out there that do care about the right things, are focusing on the right things, but like, they're coming for your rights. The religious want it to go back to a time that never even existed, because at the founding of our country, yes, our greatest sin was slavery. It was our big sin, and yet they want to take it to what the Confederates wanted it to be. That is, they want a theocracy. They don't want they don't want these deistic people trying to create a democracy. Okay, the hair is getting blue. All right, theocracy, please resist it. Anyway,
Idiocracy.
idiot. James, I told you this. I was at the point where it truly would have been better if Camacho won. I would have voted for Camacho in a heartbeat, and I would have felt good about it. Camacho does things that were empathetic. He could understand people. Sure, he sometimes took out an M4 or a modification of an M4 during some of his State of the Unions and shot them. But you know what, James? He trusted experts. So you know what? I'll give and take. That bad? Like I said, I'll give and take. I'll take that. And he knew to trust the smartest people.
This guy is smart. Yeah, you knew. Okay, you solved the problem. You're smarter than us.
And thus, it would have been an easy decision. That's a weird time in our society. That means we're there. If you ask Mike Judge, the guy who created Idiocracy and numerous other funny series and cartoons, and Beavis and Butthead, they asked him, they said, how could you predict the future so clearly? Yeah. And he said, I'm no prophet. It came 400 years early. Anyway, sending so much love. I love everyone. I really do. The anger is truly not towards my other citizens, not even towards conservatives or Republicans. It's weird. I'll tell you, the weirdest thing was I was slowly becoming a bootlicker. Like, because all the people did feel like they were on my side, James, and I knew everyone around me was like, they're faking it, right? They're just doing it. And so many of them did that it gives you this air of like you can't be touched. And it's not what the worst part about it is they are not even the people giving up a lot of these things don't even feel like they should very strongly give it up, I feel like, but they're scared. They're scared. They're losing money too. Anyway.
They're scared.
James, they could call me many things, and they could call me an FAG, and I am that. And they could call me many QUEER, and I am that. But you know what? I will never get stabbed in the back by these people. I swear to you, I will go down fighting, resisting. I am still a pacifist because I think a pacifist is... I'll give you my edgiest take of the night, and then we'll do shout-outs. I keep on saying this. I am a pacifist because it is the most dangerous philosophy in the world. I stand by this. Why do I say it's the most dangerous philosophy? Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Gandhi. You look at the people who are preaching, for lack of better term, peace. They are the people they're coming for. So I'd warn the pacifists out there to grab big shields. It's true, Rembrandt. It's true. Grab a very big shield. Because it doesn't mean you don't have to defend what you believe in. But paradoxically, it means that you do have to defend yourself. Ramen.
Well, it's like you were doing for a while there, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu, not because you want to go around kicking people's ass, not because you're a hateful person, but because the reality is that there are people out there who have hate in their heart for you, and you need to be prepared to react.
It did the best thing that it could ever do for me, and I need to go back to it. It made me unafraid to fight, which is a weird feeling it made me unafraid to also fight, even if you're going to lose, which is another important step.
Of a physical confrontation,
yes.
because even if you lose, you can kind of mitigate that so you're not just getting completely curb stomped.
Yes. In fact, I'll give you the cockiest thing I'll say tonight, but it's not cocky if you understand the logic. I would fight Joe Rogan in a heartbeat. I would lose in a heartbeat. I have no expectation of winning, but you fight him to gain experience and because of what you can learn from him. You expect him as a higher person to actually be able to win the fight and not hurt you. That is actually what comes with experience and becoming, I would say, kind of a teacher.
Like
as much as philosophy. As much as I'm not very happy with Joe Rogan right now. And that is to put it lightly. But what I'm trying to say is it makes you not shy, which I was very timid and intimidated by fighting when I'm just tired. I'm tired of people, tired of bullies. I'm tired of people. And again, that doesn't mean I want to pick fights. As James was saying, you shouldn't be excited to have a physical confrontation, because that means that social solutions have failed. And I would say that's,
well, it's like if you watch Cobra Kai, I don't know if you watch that, but if you ever
partner does, and I should.
Yeah, it's good. But you see, like the original Cobra, the philosophy of being offensive minded, being proactive, being, it wasn't necessarily to become a bully. It was to make strong people, but it got perverted and it got twisted, and because those lines can be very fine. You're giving people skills and abilities and strengths that they can use to bully people, and that's how it turned. But that wasn't necessarily the original intent of it.
Exactly. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Can I tell you what the biggest deterrent is? And again, this is what I've learned from other people. I'm just telling you, this isn't an empirical thing. But bullies don't like people that stand up. And so half the fight is just you wanting to participate in the fight that they're trying to drag you into. But a lot of time they back down because they're kind of pleased to begin with.
Well, they're used to they've typically mastered the bravado and the way they present themselves in a very the confidence that just oozes off of them. And most of the time, people think, I don't know if this is all bravado or bullshit, but he's not worth my time. I'm not gonna really force the issue. And that's what they count on. They count on people being intimidated, backing down. They're not worth the trouble, and it works. Maybe 8 or 9 out of 10 times. So they just keep doing it because it gets them what they want.
Because no one pushes back. And again, that doesn't even have to be a physical thing. Sometimes it is just standing up to someone being picked on verbally, things like that. But all right, this has been our TED Talk on nonviolence. We're just very quickly sending out, as well as our Patreon at patreon.com.
We love you.
/Amy Newman. We love him. Where, yes, sending love out to Azo, reminding us we have a Skeptic and Ranting community. Chris Disciple reminding us that we have theists in that Skeptic and Ranting community. You've got to be a skeptic. Dale Pastel reminding us we're looking for empirical evidence. If you have a problem with empirical evidence, that might be, I was going to say a you problem. I wanted to use a fancy word like epistemology, and I guess I just did. But that is to say, maybe you should look at your toolkit. Anyway, sending so much love to Davegar. Thank you, Davegar. Reminding us the world is round. It's 4.5 billion years old. If you have a problem with that, come debate us. Sending so much love.
Give us money. Send us money if you have a problem with that.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the best way to really stick it to us.
But we aren't going to promise you seed donations. That is, you're. It's just such a scam. Just give us more money, and then your life is going to get better. You'll get it back 8 times more.
God will respond to your faith.
All we can help to offer you is more content. Sending so much love. They wear fancy suits. They go out in their little planes, and
Just
God gave
remember
them a plane.
the episode we did where Pat Robertson, bless his soul, so sorry we lost that man so soon. But him and Kenneth Copeland were giving each other big checks to support their ministries, and Kenneth Copeland's like, "Oh my God, brother Pat, this is an amazing check," and Pat, "It should be more, brother. I wish it were more." "Oh, but brother Pat, this is just great. This is fantastic. What we gonna be able to do with all this money that you just given us?"
Cocaine and hookers was my first guess for what they're doing, but and then God probably somewhere.
But it's how you evangelize the hookers and the drug dealers. You gotta get a relationship with them. What better way than, hey, you got a few dime bags, you got a few 8 balls, bring them on over.
If you think about it,
bring them bitches too.
That's what Jesus did. All right, he went to them, washed their feet. You need to now get a little speed. Go wash something.
I preach to them all.
Make them go around. It makes the biblical world go around.
You get loose women around, lots of things can happen, but it's all for Jesus.
Oh, exactly. James, again, when they get that second, third, fourth house, it's for Jesus. It feeds the hungry children somehow. We haven't figured out how yet, but it does. Take my word
Ted
for
Haggard, he was just trying to merchandise to. He was just trying to witness to that gay prostitute that they would smoke the meth and have sex with. He was just trying to evangelize him and come to him on his own terms.
Also, I may agree with you, Maya, too. Again, this is just getting bluer by the day. What were we talking about? Sending so much love. Smurf Blue, baby. That's what they view me as anyway. Can I say this? I know I'm ranting in the middle of our shout-outs.
Yeah.
But this is how I feel, okay, James? And you never mess with how a woman feels. Actually, we should respect how men are feeling, too. We just don't in Western society, which is kind of a shame. Sending love out to Bill Burr and his drop-dead years. We should respect. Well, we should just respect everyone and everyone's feelings, and then we'd be a better society. But what... I went on a rant inside a rant. Now I'm going to forget what... I'll remember it eventually. Oh, I spent so many years trying to moderate myself, James. I spent so many years trying to make myself a centrist, trying to be a moderate, trying to not be this far,
overly
left
political
thing. And it feels like there's how do you correct all the things that I want are now becoming fundamental things. They basically say, they're like, "Oh, don't you want to support women? Just give up the trans sports thing." I'm like, yeah, just give up the abortion thing. Stop saying that, maybe women shouldn't be deployed in specific military roles. It's not TERFs that are in control right now. James, I'm trying, but I'm freaking out on the inside. This is what I mean. I'm trying not to become this blue-haired person, but I spent the past so many years trying to play by their rules. Dress, I want to be modest and act modest and fit in, and I like small talk, and James, I like being part of the corporate culture, and I like being part of the... What is that? What has any of that shit gotten me? I want to eat the billionaires so badly. Oh my God, this is what I mean. They are making me into this, and I didn't want it. I felt like I was becoming a bootlicker because I was this close to basically saying, well, look how well Western society treats us. I mean, fuck. I mean, I truly do have all this advantage. I have all these great things to look forward to, and they treat me well, and just, It's all going away. All going away, and way worse. Way worse. And so it's like, why shouldn't I become this far left thing that they have been they all called me a commie, no matter what. They all call me a commie just for being this. Just for being trans. I get told what my political views are. So why moderate myself, James? I'm so sorry. I get it. I have this George Carlin anger. Everything he said was true. He said, I kept on listening to him. He's like, they're coming for your social security. They're coming for all your rights. He said, you have owners in this country. Owners. They own you. They're coming for your social security. They're coming for your pension. They are coming for your education. They're coming for it all. And they'll get it. And I am TM. I didn't make any of this stuff. It's all fucking Georgie. Oh, my God. Okay. I'm getting myself back together, James. And again, I'm sitting here shilling for money. I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm just have a friggin' heart. Your countrymen aren't your enemies. The Trump voters aren't my enemies. We are all on the same team. I'm losing myself. We gotta
yeah. Pull back, pull up.
I know. I love you. I love you, and I love everyone out there. And all right, let's come on back. Sponsored by Nabisco.
We have some emergency hair dye to undye some of the blue.
Make it blonde. If we can make it blonde and no one tells them that I'm trans, maybe I can be on a specific legacy media channel for long enough. I'm sending so much love out there. Where were we? Rachel Holen reminding us you should not take slaves of the nations around us. Shouldn't do it. Just go to a club. Well, they still exist, and have fun.
Fanboy.com.
Rent exactly. And then last,
you might have to pay a tariff on your femboy if they come from overseas. Okay, there you go. It's a small tariff.
Just a small tariff. James, it's not even a tariff. It's not even a tax. Really, it's just an adjustment. They just got to make an adjustment.
These femboys from China, they're eating our lunch. They're eating our lunch. We can't compete with the Chinese femboys.
Compete.
Just the Thai lady boys, we can't do it.
Exactly. Their models are just way better than ours. And so maybe if we just rename, it's always been this name, but we just can't call it a tax. Because if we call it a tax, that'd be bad. Because tax is bad. Tax bad. But tariff, we no one knows what that is. So tariff could be good. Maybe tariff bad. Do you know? No one's knows.
Political system would much rather the entire country melt down into oblivion than for a billionaire to pay another $1 in taxes. They would blow the whole thing up.
They're actually about to give them. So we're $2 trillion in deficit. They're about to give a $5 to $6 trillion tax cut. Yeah. I don't. Where does that money even? Okay.
I remember back in
up is down, down is up. I don't care, and I care at the same time. Somehow,
like 2010, 11, then they were doing this. Oh, we got to pay as you go. Everything it needs to be paid for. Every single proposal. Otherwise, they're going to filibuster it. It has to be paid for. It can't add to the deficit. Except when they want to do a tax cut, that can add to the deficit because. Well, if we decide to let people keep more of their own money, we don't have to pay for that. But
Oh, exactly. Now listen, school lunches gotta go. But this tax cut, actually, if you think about it, it fuels the economy. How's it fuel the economy? I don't know. Give me a few minutes. We'll come up with some bullshit.
Lauren Sanchez can get more cosmetic surgeries before her marriage to Jeff Bezos.
Oh, I know. I hate all those billionaires. Like, seriously. They're all cowards. None of them care about anything but those tax cuts. That is truly And might get my blue check mark taken away. I'm just kidding, Elon. None of this stuff is real. You're totally in control of that thing that you say you're not in control of. We've actually had a following on Twitter, X, which is crazy if the algorithm is not just going crazy for some reason.
That's true, Jay. Trickle down doesn't work. No,
It does not.
It doesn't.
It's not trickling down. And he is not making more friends.
Even when they used to acknowledge that, they would say, "Oh, well, it trickled down, but the left wants trickle up poverty. They just want to make more people poor."
Yeah, exactly.
So you're admitting it doesn't really trickle down, but and then they love to say, "Oh, well, I mean, you know, looking at other countries, their poor don't have shoes, but our poor people have shoes, so they're doing much better than
our
these
poor
other
fat we're doing." But that's not the and
we've made unhealthy food so cheap that they can consume mass quantities of it for very little money, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's good. It's good.
And I'll answer this one dying question that the news media has been answering or giving us, because I'm not part of a political party. Clearly, the longer that this podcast goes on, you can hear analytical, but I'm still not technically part of a political party. So let me tell you why people don't like Democrats right now, because we're not a fan of Elon or Trump, okay? It is very specifically because we don't think that you're doing that great a job in countering a lot of the nonsense right now. It's not that we think, because they sometimes get, they're just going too far left and you got to pull back from this transgender stuff. They love anything with trans in it. It's got to be scary. No. We think that you need backbones and that you actually need to stand up for what you believe in. Yes, you need to defend the workers. It shouldn't just be the coastal elites that they think that is what all you guys give virtue signaling towards.
Right.
What you need to do is actually go out there and fight for issues that matter, counter the stupidity that is going on, and give alternatives. And you're going to find people like you better. It's crazy. Give it a shot. Anyway, sending so much love.
Yeah.
Maybe some tough love, but
advocate for the American worker. They used to do it. They forgot about it along the way.
Well,
unfortunately,
I'll tell you what I'm not happy, and I keep on saying this is the last thing. They do need to advocate for the American worker. That doesn't mean, again, give up transgender rights or gay rights or all that stuff, because that should have already been in our pocket. What that means is that there are people that are still getting shafted, who are not getting health care, who don't get great pensions, who aren't allowed to join a union. And so currently, they aren't getting that great a hand in life. We should be on their side. Yes, get called a commie, even while you're buying an iPhone, all right? Because we are Americans. That's okay. But please, fight for what is right. If you fight for decent, hardworking people, then decent, hardworking people will be on your side. It's this crazy thing. And again, that means not about fracking. And I get it. Sometimes they try and talk. That's the way that you talk to moderate people. No, the way that you win people over is you talk about programs and ideas that everyone likes, that you think that you can get people on board. All right, I'm trying.
Let's go. Yeah, I won't drag you back into it. We'll finish.
Like I said, I try so hard, James, to have this moderate thing about me. I used to joke about how moderate I am.
You were the quintessential moderate.
And you noticed, even when I went to that transgender debate, I ended up for better or for worse, I vibed with
You're
the other
more in the center.
comedian because I am kind of the center. Because a lot of these issues, there is a center approach, or something that is not the center, is an alternative approach, or something like that. But oftentimes these issues are sideshows. They're in
Right.
my opinion, they're doing this while they're taking away abortion or health care or your pension and social security. And I could go on and on and on and on and on, trying to make it closer to a theocracy. We were never a Christian country. We were a deistic secular country from the very beginning. I'll continue to say our original sin was we knew that slavery was bad when we founded this country. There was already an open debate about whether slavery was bad, and the abolitionists lost that debate. That is our original sin, that we actually knew better and we did it anyway. Because
what the issue was is that we're much better fighting the Britain united as one country than to fracture ourselves.
I understand, because if it was between us fighting as a colony against the king and thus no one getting freedom, nonetheless, if you're a slave, it's still probably you're going, you're gonna come back for us, right? Like that really wasn't. You know what I mean?
It was viewed as like a necessary evil at the time by many.
I view this in a very, not to hate to say, to continue going on a moderate thing. I'm very proud of our founders for fighting for freedom. Very embarrassed that they still had to go. The abolitionists had to go with appeasement to look for a word. And so it is both those things. I am both proud and embarrassed of my country. I think many countries are the same way, to be honest. That's just history, unfortunately. But if we were to, nonetheless, to take that out of the context or to go one step out of it, I know what our founders wouldn't have wanted: a theocracy, a Christian theocracy built for one group of people. And so, two more.
Absolutely.
Let a cat in, but the cat's just sitting there.
Is that a cat over there?
Yeah, Moonlight's sitting, eating. It's blocking him. That's okay. He's getting nom-noms. Take my word for it. I sometimes get flack because of the pride label. The whole pride is an interesting choice, because I think what they did is really for LGBTQ, I think, is going the opposite of shame. Because it's true, I sometimes get asked, what is there to be proud of for being LGBTQ? And I would say, generally speaking, I'm going to try and push my kitty in. Oh, you're learning from your sisters. There you go. That it's not about being prideful, because we are just born that way. It's true that it's not like I did anything to be bisexual or transgender. It's just who I am. It's just the marketing is that there's just not a better word to just counter shame than pride. Saying pride for who I am. And
well, I mean, I think it's a recognition of the fact that that people as straight people being the norm over history, they've never had to hide that or be ashamed of who they were, or that was just always considered the norm. Now, for people in the LGBT community, that was the opposite. They had to operate in the shadows. They couldn't be open about it. They had to keep it carefully concealed, because if the broader community found out about it, they wouldn't be happy with it. They would no longer respect. In some cases, the person may be killed. So it's a celebration. It's a recognition that now they can be who they are openly without having to worry about their life or.
And it's the implication that you should be shamed for it, because they often will use it in a context. They'll say, like, well, I mean, you can be gay, you can steal, you can kill people. We all sin. And you go, one of those things doesn't sound like the other. And so, yes,
one actually hurts other people. One of those
say,
actually, the killing and stealing from people, that hurts other people. Someone choosing to be LGBT, that doesn't hurt anybody else. That's just them being them.
And moving away from a deterministic universe, killing and stealing is a choice. Being gay is just who you're attracted to. Your brain just does it.
It's how your brain is wired.
Sending love to Burt Russell, who I agree. And sending love to KCA.
AKCA.
I'll continue to say, even if I think that this half of the country, the other half, or not even the other half, I really do think it's a third, the fourth, whatever, because I think that there was like a decent portion that unfortunately did not vote. And now my favorite is still, and I can't help but say
disillusionment.
But I wanted to bring this up so badly in a routine, is that Dearborn, Michigan, they are one of the most Arab portions of our country, especially within Michigan itself. They voted overwhelmingly for the orange one, and there was a group called Arabs for Trump, and the day that he said it's going to be the Middle East of the river area, they changed their name to Arabs for Peace. And they said they still support him, but, they always supported peace. And so there was no reason not to change their name to that. They didn't even admit that they were changing it because of that. So that's just I don't know about protest voting. I don't think it convinced me this election. And again, as an atheist, I am not a big fan of Islam or Christianity or Judaism. As a liberal, I do want to actually protect the minorities. I do want to protect Palestine. So that's why this is funny to me. Again, sending so much love, but con artist gonna con artist. All right, there's only 2 more names. He wants in, he wants out. You're just gonna leave me after food. Oh, sure. I see how it is.
He's like, "Where's that femboy? He'll put food in my bowl."
He probably will. The femboy can lay down the wet food. I have the dry food in here. Sending so much love, Bert. That's my brother calls himself that. He voted for him. But my brother voted for him because he's become a stereotype. He has 2 tattoos that say "We the People" with American flags. The exact same tattoos, but slightly different. "We the People" with American flags, but different fonts and different American flags. My brother. Guess who he voted for?
2 more names. We got 2 names.
2. Sorry.
2 names.
2. Go.
We're going for 2.
James, sending so much love. Sending love to Regos. We have a Skeptic Bible study. Yes, we do. And the Bible and all holy books tend to be kind of silly. Sometimes they have wisdom in them, okay? Not going to say it because it was created by a human, and humans do have wisdom, even if it was some thousands of years ago. It means that there's probably a lot of information that isn't true. So if you read it as a historical book with metaphorical wisdom, sometimes you'll be better off. But if you think that it's literally true, especially the whole book, well, you're wrong. You are just wrong. I don't know how to say that any better. It's stupid. All of them become children's stories. Like when you break language down, when you break these books and these stories and these fables down, they end up basically being children's stories. I mean, a talking snake, a man who walked on water and changed it into wine, a guy who cut the moon in half with a winged creature. Can't say a winged horse, then they get all upset. It's a winged creature. Oh, Burka, yes. What? My cousin Brookie? That doesn't, you can't ride her. She's amazing and an independent, strong woman. That doesn't sound right at all.
She does the riding.
She rides you. That's right. Yes, and finally, Ian Davenport reminding us that these apologetic arguments are terrible. Just they're bad. Whether it's contingency, whether it's Kalam, whether it is the I'm trying to think watchmaker, Pascal's wager. Yes, all of them. They are all unfortunately not that great.
Ontological argument, the teleological.
But you see what they have to do, James, is for us, and when I say us, I just mean skeptics and empiricists and stuff. They have to go backwards. They use philosophy. There's nothing wrong with philosophy. It's interesting. There could be a lot of thoughtful ways of thinking. But for the theologian, they are using a step forward. They're like, hey, well, at least we're not using theology anymore. We're using some philosophy. So to them, they're going upwards. But to us, I don't know. I wish we'd get some empirical evidence. And all right, we've blabbed so much. Oh my God, look at that timer. James, we had to get it out of us, though. There was a lot to get out of us. All right, I'm going to hand it over to you, and then we're going to get into this video. We are talking among a whole bunch of things, apparently, but we're about to get into I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. Dun, dun, dun. What are your thoughts, James?
So we'll get some good old-fashioned evolution debunkery going on here tonight, this Sunday. Well, it's afternoon now. Sunday afternoon. It's almost 1 down here in the east, but it's good to be back. She didn't have a theist helpline today, so we decided to go live here. And absolutely, it's good to see everybody out this morning. She'll be back on momentarily, and we'll start this debunking evolution. Triggering atheists. We'll see who may be the one a little bit more triggered by reality, by evidence. They tend to be triggered by that, so they come up with these very novel, very interesting ways of debunking, in their own mind at least, reality, to try to make their own delusions seem more reasonable, more plausible, more logical, plausible, probable. But doesn't work. Not even 10 a.m. Well, there you go, Dan. Were you on the West Coast? Yeah, politics is a mess right now. But yeah, this video, as Amy was saying, I sent him one. I saw a few more. But it's hard to tell where like the base level reality on this guy started, because I looked at a couple different videos on the channel, and it always references to other videos, and where on that chain you actually start, you respond, is arbitrary. So we just chose to start here, trying to find base level reality, trying to weed through the simulation, trying to cut through the different layers of the onion. Probably would have been harmful to her mental health. So we just chose to start here. We are West Coast. We're on the East Coast, down in Florida. Amy's up in New England area. It's been unseasonably cool down here in Florida this week, which I mean, I say cool. I mean, it's been in the 60s and 70s, which it is quite a nice break, honestly, from the 90-degree temperatures we're going to get every day in a couple months, come June, July. So we're just enjoying this temperate weather right here before all hell breaks loose. Usually we don't get much, but KY. Okay. Oh, the autocorrect always does that. It always tries to make hell heal. Yeah, KY. KY lube. Wonder if the state gets royalties from KY every time they sell a bottle of lube. Might be something to look into. Might be a way to fund some programs in the state, help people. Yeah, we didn't really have very many cold days this winter. Very few days, which we hardly have anyway. Very few actual legitimate cold days. But it is kind of temperate this time of year, so we're enjoying that. Yeah, I've been to Texas a couple times. I haven't spent a lot of time in the state, but from the times I did spend in the Dallas for business and San Antonio for a personal trip, it's a real nice place. Think about it. Everybody loves Texas. In Texas, every shop you go to, it's all got Texas logos on it. They're very very patriotic about their state. And every place has real authentic Texas chili. Even you go into like a 7-Eleven, it's got like authentic Texas chili. Even the chili you put on your hot dog there, which I guess if you can even call it chili, but it's even special there in Texas with the authentic Texas chili on your chili dog. I'm a lightweight. I don't like super spicy chili. I can't handle that shit. I just like it more on the mild side. And Greg Abbott, yeah, he's not too well liked by even by people on the right. He seems to not be too well liked. I hear them complain about him almost as often as I hear the left. What's that? I saw. What meme did I see this week? Oh, the transgender congresswoman in Congress being openly misgendered by the chairman, and I thought that was obviously it's incredibly rude and horrible, but to be like that in a congressional hearing, there was another member, the ranking member, who pointed that out, that he's being an asshole. But she just called him Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman. Chairwoman. So there you go. Madam Chair, yeah. But she just kind of rolled off her, like as Amy is known to. They sometimes, when she's trying to make a good point, when she's making a logical point about science or religion, and they start with the misgendering to try to derail her, throw her off, and she's like, okay, call me sir, but back to what I was saying, I'm not going to answer that question, sir, until you start accepting me calling you sir. I'm not going to respond to your points until you admit that you're a sir, right, sir? You have a penis and balls, sir. You're a sir.
Yes, because I'll continue to say it bothers them way more, even though they're like, oh, you bring up all this gender politics and it means so much and you make your whole identity about it. We're like, that's cool, but like, this is a meeting about Social Security. So like, whatever, sir. And you're like, all right, whatever. You don't really care about people, do you?
It's like whatever that hearing was that they were, I'm not sure what it was where the chairman started with the misgendering, but I'm probably sure it wasn't about gender issues. It was probably just normal business of government, but he decides to either derail it or to, douse the whole place in gasoline and light it on fire because.
Can I tell you the two reasons why they'll say that he brought it up? He'll say, I brought it up. Either they go the way of it was funny, which of course he can't go with because he's, in Congress or he's an official member, or I'm just trying to tell the truth, just trying to stick to science until it is what it is. So you do believe that a man resurrected 3 days after he died.
I believe
Well,
that
that's
on
not
faith.
biology. That's faith right there. Okie dokie. Seems like biology
They can't help
moves.
themselves. They're a transgender woman. They can't help themselves. They can't think about anything else other than that. You know,
It drives them
ooh,
crazy.
I wonder if she's got a dick still. Or I wonder if she's got a girl dick. Or I wonder what it looks like down there. That's all they're thinking about is her genitalia and what's going on down there.
And Robin is right. Could just said Representative McBride. The reason is because it matters more to them than it does to her. That is the funny part and the irony. I'll continue to say that to many transgender people, especially transgender people that have been doing this for a few years, yeah, it's kind of old. Like, eventually you just got to do other things, like run for office. I went to college.
Yeah.
Like, you do other stuff.
Well, that's why Darth, when he talked to you, he wouldn't refer to you as Amy because he knows that, okay, that's not your original name. That's just the name you picked. I'm not going to refer to you as Amy. I'm just going to call you Newman. Newman. Come on, Newman.
Which is fine. I get called Newman, sometimes at work, but
sometimes in bed.
But there are ways to be neutral.
Mr. McBride.
He wanted to be offensive and then got offended when someone called him out for being offended. And again, it was a biological guy. It was just another decent guy who called him out. And then, as James said, she didn't really care because she's probably used to people being mean and just wanted to get on to whatever.
Shit like that,
yeah.
She's just like, okay, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, I sometimes do the same. Here's the difference.
When you called Mr. Batman ma'am or madam.
Exactly. And I only do that if I know people are misgendering me purposely. So, like, it would be an asshole thing to do if someone, if I'm trying to create an example, but if it was innocent, I always say I give everybody a freebie. Correct everybody once, because then you have consciously told them. But if if they're doing it purposely just to be an asshole, then I feel like being an asshole back is okay,
But when you it's almost tongue in cheek. You're not trying to be mean and hurtful. You're trying to point out the stupidity of how they're being. Whereas they are trying to be mean and belligerent and hurtful.
Yes.
So it's not even stooping to their level.
I would also say that you're trying to, not only is it tongue in cheek, but the great irony is it triggers many of them. I've done this before. And, with Mr. Batman, when I called him sir, when I called him ma'am, he called me sir, and I said, thank you, ma'am. He went, I am a sir. You will address me as sir. And I mean, that tells me he's got daddy issues or gender issues or something that a therapist should look at. And it's like, okie dokie, this matters way more. We're talking about like the cosmological argument for God, but okay.
Listen, when I suck a dick, I call that man sir. I say, take your pants down, sir.
And again, the only reason that we're talking so much about gender, I know it looks like, and I guess we are bringing it up a bunch, but it's because that's now the environment that we're forced to live in. It shouldn't be. This shouldn't be a social issue. There are a few different issues. Most of them are first world problems, and a lot of them are just things that we may have to have conversations about. None of them are as important as any of the discussions that we need to have, like how to get health care for all, how to have prison reform. I could fix Social Security. I'd probably go on and on and on. Yeah. All of these are going to be realms more important than anything that's going on between people's legs. The only thing that should matter is consenting adults. Those two metrics. Everything else, we shouldn't care about sex or gender. Should have been over 20 years ago. That's what they told me. I'm not joking, James. 20 years ago, they told me. This is why I harp on it. They told me it was going to be boring. And they said, just give it a year or two. And that's what I get told now. I get told now, oh, come on, it just came out. And you say, oh, it just came out? Really? That's cool. Yeah, I was in college, actually, and now I teach college students. Not to brag, to tell you why I'm going crazy. Fucking crazy. Yeah. Anyway, that did sound like I think I was patting myself in the back at the end there. No, I just mean that it's been a while. It has been many years.
I'll pat you on the back, sir.
Thank you. I'm just trying to say that there are many more lead guitar singers with gray hair now. All right? When I go to concerts. So maybe it's...
what is it, 80s?
Some of them really are. They are
they can still
70 or 80, and yet depending on them, they still wear the outfits too. I do love the rocker with like the half balding whatever, and they're just wearing regular jeans and a t-shirt. But then there's also the guy with long fucking silver hair that is still wearing the he's from the 90s, but he's wearing the 80s rock suit.
White Snake? Something like that.
I'm trying to remember. I have Jukebox Hero stuck in my head right now. Because we did see Texas? What the fuck? Kansas? They're called Kansas? Just all of those 80s bands that, or 90s bands, or O's, or you should. Thank you so much, Robin. All right. I guess we're going to get into it. Let's do it to it. We've been talking enough. We had a lot to get out, so forgive us, everyone. But we are going to talk from a messenger of truth. We're going to be watching I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. And I'm sure he does. This is
there
it.
You go. MC Hammer pants.
I don't know why I heard Queen when you said MC Hammer, but
MC Hammer.
Oh, it also helps. I put it on this. Ha ha. Please let us know how the sound is, everyone. You can see he's pointing to another video, and this was the trap. I was like, oh, well, then I guess we have to do that video. And as James was saying,
it's the never-ending.
Like a black hole. So we're just jumping into one of those that he got triggered. I mean, we got triggered. Someone got triggered. Let's find out and have some fun.
I made a video 9 days ago debunking evolution twice in 9 minutes. If you just want 2 perfectly sound arguments against the theory,
they may not be valid, however, but they'll be sound.
of evolution, then watch that video. By definition, it's an unscientific theory, testable and unobservable. Now, I was informed that some Darwinists responded to my video, and I was expecting some actual engagement, but all I got was a bunch of insults, some of which were based on my physical appearance. So obviously, if you have to...
First of all, who does it sound like we're 30 seconds in? Who does it sound like is more triggered? I'm just saying. I'm to be as dorky as possible. I'm not Super Saiyan, but And I get it. You shouldn't attack people's looks, and I generally roast the people that I love. I was thinking about this, and I was asking myself before we started the show, does that mean that we love Ken Hope? In the same way that I have a love for Alex Jones. Alex Jones spreads misinformation faster than his mouth can open. And yet,
he's
so ridiculous And Ken Hovind is so ridiculous that we roast them because we have this kind of haters love.
Well, it's like Aaron Ross said, Ken Hovind can say more lies in a sentence than words in the actual sentence itself.
Yes. And yeah, and I like the Robin and Maya. I agree. And listen, we're not trying to attack you for your appearance. I was almost, I was doing my my beard test beforehand. It's the only thing that we really do aesthetically on here.
Yeah, mostly. Your beard check.
And he's okay. I think we have to see if this is covered to see if you might need a little bit of trimming, but it's okay. And so, no, I'm nothing on your appearance. It's that actually it's been 30 seconds and it seems that you're a whiny little but we'll keep on going through it. And it is true. Everyone can be roasted. 10 minutes to go.
Or to insulting someone, you can't actually refute their arguments. But for this video, I'm going to be responding to this comment, which was...
Again, just who does it seem like? A real scholar over here. And once again, I'm sending love to the Skeptic Ranting community, to the comment section. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm a person who fights in the comment section myself. If I could tip my fedora a notch or two. Nonetheless, who did you trigger? Are you sure it's not? Okay.
Was way more respectful than the videos that I watched. Before I do that, though, you guys have to be aware of the two most common logical fallacies that evolutionists make. The first one is going to be the equivocation fallacy. The equivocation fallacy occurs when a key term or phrase in an argument is used in an ambiguous way with one meaning in one portion of the argument and another meaning in another portion. This ambiguity can lead to a conclusion that is misleading or unsound. Here's an example of an equivocation fallacy. A bat is a mammal. Therefore, baseball players use mammals to hit baseball. Equivocating on the word bat, which can mean both a flying mammal and a piece of sports equipment.
Okay.
Now, the way
how are we doing that go?
The evolutionists use this is that they'll point to an example in nature that we can observe using real science, testable and repeatable in the present. And then they'll say, hey, see, look at the bacteria in the petri dish, right? It changes. Or just take the fact that there's hundreds of dog breeds out there today. See, all these dog breeds came about over time. Some of these dog breeds didn't exist in the past. Therefore, evolution is true. That is an equivocation fallacy.
No.
It's artificial selection. It's not what happened in nature, but it's a sped up model that happens in nature.
It's proof of concept. If we can do it artificially, then it can happen in nature. And these are logical extrapolations from observations. Okay, if we see life can change a little bit in the small scale, well, if we know that life has been around for billions of years, how much change can occur in that time frame?
Evolution is also separated by natural and artificial. And artificial, we truly are the selection pressure, and we are applying them. But in the natural world, there are multiple selection pressures. There is natural selection, sexual selection. We have these slowly whittling down species and creating
geographic isolation.
See, we are not talking about one parent and another parent passing their genes down to the next generation, and there's slight variation within one kind. A mother with a big nose and a father.
Also, kind is not I forgot to go over that the first time you mentioned it. He used the word kind. Yes, it is variation within species, because a kind is a biblical word.
Father with a small nose producing a child that has a medium-sized nose.
Well, that sometimes is how it works. Oftentimes it works by what is more dominant, and so sometimes a parent with a bigger nose will pass on, and they'll both have a bigger nose. Sometimes they both will have a smaller nose because the other side, yes.
Oh, you can have a child that's taller than both parents, and I mean,
exactly.
It's not formulistic. Like, oh, you're mixed one with the other, and you get, that's not how it works.
I feel bad for even critiquing him here because, this is him trying to give an olive branch to us, and yet he's wrong. And so it's like, I'm glad this is your attempt at getting credibility. Bill Burr is always like, everyone's got to send in and like, listen, I'm the least probable person to ever write in an email complaining. And so there you go. You have credibility.
But can I
he never does that, and yet here
I never asked for the manager, but
that's right.
Can I see the manager?
Manager, exactly.
Is evolution in the micro sense, okay? That's something that is clearly
I love that. And again,
in the micro penis sense.
Yes, if you accept micro evolution, you could just cut off micro, say evolution. Yes, you accept evolution.
Observed. Nobody would disagree with that. As Christians, we need to be aware of this because when they point to examples of change in the present that we can actually observe, they're using that as a basis to say that Genesis is wrong. God didn't create humans on the sixth day.
And it's a logical basis.
Are actually
reasonable.
Yep. Fish eventually turned into humans. Obviously, that's not observed.
Well, certain fish evolved into humans because there's still fish. But yes, we get our spines from Chirarde. And so we share it with every other animal. And it's okay to share ancestry with a fish. This is, again, them just trying to look at another animal and shame you, which is a weird thing.
Observed. That's a different type of evolution. That's Darwinism, macroevolution, whatever you want to call it. But clearly, evolution in that micro sense does not prove evolution in the macro sense. Okay. Now, the second most common logical fallacy.
It does, because all you need to assume is that it keeps on going.
It keeps on happening, right?
That evolutionists make is going to be the fallacy of affirming the consequent. The beauty of understanding these logical fallacies.
Let me tell you, James, this is.
He has these nice, helpful little graphics that have it there. It's almost like having a slideshow, but I mean, he moves them around the screen. It doesn't take up half the screen. So.
It's true. It's almost like this is just slide number 2. Wonder who he would get that kind of.
Slide number 27,300. By the way, if you can have all my slides on a thumb drive, $50, 25 trillion slides. Yeah.
But I like
the slides of whale dicks, like thousands of slides.
Thousands. Yeah. I guarantee you that somewhere Ken Holen has a thumb drive labeled "Proving Creationism Whale Dicks." I'm pretty sure.
Somewhere in his mind, he's got that thumb drive. It lives in
you don't have to be well studied on the latest scientific literature of evolution to be able to debunk evolution. A lot of their arguments can be refuted.
James, why study evolution to debunk evolution?
By
you don't have to be studied on it to defend evolution.
Not at all.
Fallacy and how evolutionists commonly do this. The structure of affirming the consequent is a syllogism.
By the way, this is bullshit. Like, this whole thing is bullshit. I say downright dishonest, but let's get into it.
2 premises and a conclusion. If X, then Y, therefore X. An evolutionist might make this fallacy by saying, if evolution were true, then we should see variation within kinds. We see
species
variation within kinds, therefore evolution is true. Essentially, this is wrong because there could be a million different reasons why there is variation within kind. Another example.
Would you like to give us some?
Yes, because
would you like to give them?
Yeah, I mean, which is a method that we have.
I live in North Dakota, then I live in the United States. I live in the...
Wait, hold on. I love this.
This would be, if I live in North Dakota, then I live in the United States. I live in the United States, therefore I live in...
No. I live in North Dakota, therefore I live in the United States. North Dakota is part of the United States. I live in North Dakota, therefore I live in the United States. You fucked up that syllogism, either honestly or dishonestly.
North Dakota. No, if someone lives in the United States, it doesn't have to be North Dakota. If there's a bunch of variation within a kind or a whole bunch of other type of...
Nobody said you have to be. That would be all of the United States is North Dakota.
Exactly.
Evolution. The best that they can do is that we see all this stuff, therefore it's likely that evolution is true. And that's not a deductive argument. So yeah, if you see someone making this type of argument,
please kindly don't try to insult them. Just tell them they're wrong. And then if they don't accept that, insult them.
I mean, we use like the term likely in terms of like different mechanisms of evolution, in terms of how certain mechanics might work, but not the whole thing is not likely. The whole thing is very solid.
Notice it, point it out, and show them why they're wrong. Now let's respond to this comment. You fundamentally do not.
I'm just glad that this comment doesn't trigger him. It's good that he stopped making a video debunking a YouTube comment. Again, as content creators streaming on YouTube, we're not trying
debunking
to
YouTube content.
Debunking YouTube. I feel like he may be the person triggered. I just trying to figure this case out as if we're a detective.
Understand natural selection. Okay, there is no entity making a decision in natural selection.
He's saying there's no actual selector in natural selection, except for the selection pressures. Exactly.
I never said that there was, but the fact is there is. God is sovereign over all things.
I wasn't saying that he was, but he is.
Okay.
Wow, girlfriend.
So he's immediately going to a baseless assertion. He's going to faith.
He is the one making choices. He is the one deciding which dog produces another dog and what kinds of genes will be passed down.
God is
choosing.
God's a dog breeder. He is like, okay, I'm going to breed this one with that one. I mean, God's got a lot of stuff to do.
It's easy to say, but that means that God is going around everyone, each cow, and being like, and you're pregnant, and you're pregnant, and then going to a dog, and you're pregnant.
You are going to have sex with this cow, and this horse is going to have sex with that horse and make this horse.
It makes too much sense not to be real.
What I wanted to point out, though, is that if an atheist believes in a natural selection, they really don't like it when we point this out, but they are personifying nature as if nature is their God. Naturalism. Nature does this. Nature does that. Nature chooses.
Even when we say natural selection, it got that term, but you could call it environmental selection. It is the environment selecting. This is why polar bears have white fur, and why bears that live among trees are either black or brown. Cray.
Mother Nature. Hence, Darwinism is a religion just like any other. They have something that they believe, not based on any evidence, not based on any scientific in the present observation. They presuppose evolution and go out to defend evolution despite any evidence and despite the fact that it's an untestable.
So when we look at the fossil record today, that is something we can see and observe today. It's the history of life on Earth. We don't have to see it forming to be able to see it. We can look at it and see what it shows and extrapolate the meaning out of the history of life on Earth. It's recorded in the rocks. We see that.
Within the fossil record, within the geological column, and within our own genetics. It doesn't make sense not to accept evolution. I also just want to point out, third time he's brought up this young lady's comments. But I should say comment. It triggered him that much.
That is to say, it's not a proper theory at all. I know nature isn't making choices according to you.
So this person has, I hate to keep on stopping it, this person has many thousands of followers, and he is triggered by a single comment. This is what I mean. This is why I keep on bringing it up. It's not like he's like a random guy, that he's just talking about his one comment that came up. This must have really bothered him.
It's a pretty basic. She's just laying out a common sense, factual explanation for him, and it's so tricky. She's not being inflammatory. She's not being, condescending or divisive. She's just trying to help explain to him, and it is very triggering to him.
Apparently so.
You won't read this, and if you do, you will probably approach it with a completely closed mind. More presuppositions, presupposing that the people who don't believe evolution just can't reason at all. They're just too stupid, too dumb, too closed-minded. Rather,
yeah, actually, we get in
they're unwilling.
The skeptic community, okay? In fact, most skeptics look down on other skeptics when we try to call theism stupid or theist stupid, or my favorite is the word mental illness, which I'll continue to point out deals with functioning. It's why we should not call a theist mentally ill. It is why a transgender person who has transitioned and functioned in life is not mentally. Oh, James, we get paid
an arbitrary
how many
concept.
by the yes, and so yeah.
Than actually dealing with what we're saying. Okay, let's do a simple thought experiment to help here. If you threw 10 polar bears and 10 camels into the middle of a desert, which group is more likely to survive and reproduce over multiple generations?
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second because I've watched this a few times in preparation. And when I first thought about it, I was like, oh, she gave him an apex predator, and maybe the apex predator would have a good chance. I'm totally team camel now. I get it.
Yeah, they would eat the camels, but then they would die shortly thereafter.
Exactly. Let's think about what a desert is and why that polar bears exist and desert bears don't. All right? Because it's all about access to water. And in a snowy environment where water can collect the entire environment, miles and miles can anchor water and collect and freeze and stay there, well, you have ease of access. But in a desert, you don't have that. Getting a meal is not only going to take a while, so is getting a drink of water. And I'm sorry, but the camel, with its hump and water sustainability, which is I now realize what she was trying to convey to him, that is why there's no desert bear. All right? There are these strangly type of predators that can survive in a sunny desert. And so, no, just looking at it, at who's stronger, who you can put into a cage and think will come out the other side is not how evolution works.
Nature.
Yes, that is not strong. It's not survival of the fittest. That is survival of the strongest. But fitness is being able to survive long enough to pass on your genes. Yes, exactly. It is the largest desert. And I think the only way that the polar bears are able to survive up there is because they're able to drink things like snow. And they have conditions like hibernation to deal with intense cold.
Food shortages.
Well, the polar bears, of course. Camels, I don't think camels can beat the polar bears. If the polar bears are hungry, they're going to kill all the camels.
Yeah, exactly. You're thinking about just drooping them all down in front of each other. But that's not how it works. We're talking about who can survive as populations in an environment.
That's right. Obviously, the camels. Really? Is it really that obvious? So here's the problem. This is
I'll be honest with you. It wasn't that obvious to me because I had a gut instinct that when I first read it, I went, oh, God, apex predator. But then you think about the environment. No, that's actually way more of the logical choice. I'm sorry, James. And you were lagging just a little bit. I'm going to shut up. All to you.
No, you're good. No. You
Oh, okay.
Precisely the point that I made in my debunking evolution video is that there's no way to tell whether or not the polar bears are going to survive or the camels are going to survive in the desert without looking at
Again, if you drop them in like a Coliseum and you just have camels versus polar bears, yes, we all know who is going to live. If you drop camels and polar bears into a desert at random spots and you watch to see who survives, my money's on the camel.
The camels are going to do way better.
Survival of the fittest is just survival of the survivors. There is no.
Oh God.
He's like he's making it like it's nature is not like random and arbitrary. It's very huge sample sizes that natural selection works off of.
But he's making it into a tautology and then being like, wow, that's so obvious. Yeah, that's the point. You just said survivors survive. Deep. Like, whoa, dude.
Nothing to test. There is nothing to predict. It's just the survivors are going to survive. That's evolution for you. Wow. Yeah. There's no decision process involved.
So,
yes, there is. It's where we get the term survival of
the selection.
This is so fucking stupid. This is so stupid.
I know. Well, it means has he ever been taught true biology, or worse, he's been taught true biology, but you have this fundamentalist theistic lens that stops you because the environmental selection pressure is the desert, and the fact that there is like 2 inches of rainwater per season or in specific seasons. So yeah, good luck. It's frustrating because of the level of ignorance.
Who appears to be better designed for desert survival? Which of the two? Even if it's designed, did God? Why don't polar bears live in the Sahara? Well, because God didn't design them for that. Okay, but they're still not designed for that.
He doesn't seem to accept that.
Fittest, which means that the species that is most fit for a specific environment is more likely to survive it and continue on. That's exactly the theory that I was refuting in the video. It is.
All right, I hate that. Right, my mom would get angry.
He's already doing it. The theory,
but I dislike. Oh, it's just a theory. No, a theory, especially a working theory within science, is the highest level. It explains a phenomena. We use facts to build theories, but it
has moving parts. It's a groundwork. It's a lattice work of different ideas.
Exactly.
Quite literally impossible to know which species.
In fact, just to harp on it one more step, it is a fact that objects fall to the ground. The theory of gravity explains why it does so. So, facts are used in building a framework, a phenomena, a working theory, like the germ theory of disease. People get sick and they die. That is a fact. The germ theory of disease help us explain why many people get sick. Still a theory. Quote,
the HIV theory for AIDS. It's a theory.
It's a theory, exactly. No one sees HIV with their naked eye.
But the people who take the drugs designed around the virus, they live a lot longer than the people who don't. So,
and see, here's the thing with crazy. I hate to say crazy people. Let's just say crazy notions. Crazy notions are easy to make up. You could say, well, each time that you look at a microscope, you could go 2 types of crazy. Satan or the Matrix actually tricks you into seeing these tiny little things, and therefore the germ theory of disease isn't real. Boom! Because it's easy to make shit up, because you don't have to worry about actual logistics or proving it in the real world, which is the hard part.
Is most fit to survive in the environment outside of just looking at which species survives. Survival of the fittest is just survival of the survivors. It's
what you've been mean. You're just like, it's true, but somehow you're trying to criticize us. Like, that's what we're saying. Yes, what survives gets selected and passes on their genes. How do we know? We don't know, but we make predictive models that give us a way to try and say, well, it's more likely the camels who have features that allow them to retain water is going to do better than the organism that needs a ridiculous amount of energy and a decent amount of water. Like, I'm sorry, James.
It's like 2 teams. which is the winning team. Well, of course, the winning team is the winning team. The team that wins is the winning team, right? But is it the team that plays better, that scores more points, that plays better and performs better in the game? That's what we're talking about. To just say, oh no, the winning team is the winning team, has nothing to do with how they play the game or who scores more points. They're just like, it's arbitrary. Like, you flip a coin and one team wins, the other doesn't. That's how that would work in reality.
In sports, there would be people, and again, this is someone that wears a hat that says sports. That is how much I like said category. And yet there are sports nerds, the equivalent of me, sitting there crunching numbers, saying this team has it best, and they were able to get this, and they have this front. Like, you make predictions. And this is the survival of the survivors. He is so proud of that. He labeled it that. Oh, my God. Okay, let's continue.
It's like, no duh. It would be like me saying the best basketball team is going to win the championship. Well, how are we going to know who's the best basketball team? By the team that wins the championship, okay? It's like, yeah, we all know that, okay? That's how we...
It is an artificial, sterile example, and yet it would still work via a selection process.
Yeah, but there's a selection process for who wins. There's points. There's things they have to do in a game to win. It's not arbitrary. It's not just, oh, we pick one that wins.
We find out what the best basketball team is. It's not worshiping nature as God.
Oh my God, I forgot. There was a piece of me that really did think he brought up other comments. I don't know. It's definitely, he triggered the atheist, James. He definitely.
Because no one is saying that nature is a conscious being making choices of who lives and who dies. Yeah, I know. I guess I wasn't clear in that previous video, but the problem is that atheists...
Probably not in that previous video, or to warn anyone who just joined us, or the video before that, or video before that, because that's his shtick. Each new video, he puts a tag video. Hey, look, it's a smart marketing thing, and yet that means
have people watch more of your older videos, get more views.
Yes, and yet it tells me it's a bottomless pit. Where if we were to try and pick a beginning of this bullshit, it would be whenever he was convinced to be a theist.
Personify nature as if it is this conscious thing that produced life. Now, if you're wondering if the
environmental selection, you want a conscious thing, sexual selection. Peacocks have their tails because the women have desired men to have more attractive, colorful tails. And yet, even that is not a personification of nature. It is just a phenomenon. Unless you think that the peacocks are supernatural or 4D chess operating beings.
Yeah. I mean, it's also for defense. They look bigger, and the patterns on their feathers on the tail actually mimic like eyes. So it looks like there's from a distance, it could look like there's multiple predators coming at you. Like, what the fuck is this thing? It looks like one of those biblical angels. I'm just going to go the other way, or I'm not going to mess with this thing.
Oh, James with the callback.
Bible teaches on evolution at all? I am confident to say yes. A lot of people get angry whenever I talk about evolution on the channel, of course. After all, this is
James, can I tell you what I love about this? He just spent like most of his video talking about why evolution isn't real, and now he's going to prove to us why evolution is in the Bible. The thing that's not true is in the Bible. But then, does that make evolution true, or does that make the Bible false?
It's a non sequitur.
Big theory. This is what you have to be true for the justification.
I got my hopes up there
in your own mind, because if this is true, then I can go on thinking that whites are superior, blacks are inferior. I can go on without any care in the world.
Where did he go to that?
Based on
out of left field, he brings up you're gonna be racist because you believe the Bible teaches on Darwinian evolution, right in the smack dab of that. James, first of all,
no race is objectively superior. We all evolved on the same planet.
Yes. No. Well, let's just point out, because they often do this, that what were they called? Not the geneticists, the mustache man, and what is eugenics? There we go. They always accuse us if we support evolution, we support eugenics. No. Evolution states that actually we are all exactly the same level of evolved. There's only one group of people that are more evolved than you, and that is your children. Each group of children is one generation more evolved, quote unquote.
Each generation,
but, yeah, we are truly all equals, brothers and sisters.
But eugenics is the idea that we should be tinkering with that in some type of society-wide punitive measures to try to manipulate that artificially.
It is arbitrarily choosing traits that we think are the best and then applying artificial selection to them. Artificial selection works. That is why we have the corn that we have. That's why we have the tomatoes that we have. So then, yes, if you were to put humans in a lab and apply the same gene modifications that we do to corn and tomatoes, yes, you'd be evil. And yes, you'd be using science. That doesn't mean evolution isn't true. Yeah. It just means there's evil people out there.
If you arbitrarily selected, okay, I'm going to select for blonde hair, and we'll sterilize everybody who doesn't have blonde hair, that would work. You would get a more blonde population. It would still be stupid and horrible. Yeah, it would be really stupid.
But that doesn't mean the science doesn't work.
It's not objectively superior. I mean, I like blondes. I'm sure Amy likes blondes, but it's not objectively superior.
I'll be honest, though. I like blondes, brunettes, redheads, but you're right. Nonetheless, it means that it doesn't mean the science is wrong. It means that sometimes evil people use science. Like, that means we just have to safeguard against evil people. That doesn't mean don't admit the science is true. Yeah. What's up, Kentucky Atheist? Exactly. It is a form of artificial selection. And again, that's not what happens in nature. Nature, what cares about is a different amount of social or environmental pressures that aren't picked consciously.
Right? Obviously, not all evolutionists think that way. At the end of the day, we know for a fact that even though
hey, he's finally quoting something else, at least. Gave up her comment. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but it's the Bible, so it's just as bad.
It's dare I say, even worse.
People around the world, even though they knew God, they did not glorify him as God or give thanks, but they became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish heart was darkened, professing to be wise. Yes, every evolutionist that you'll talk to, they're going to sound so wise in their own eyes.
Because we accept biology. Again,
we have actual science and facts.
We're just, James and myself are trying to support the information that is given to us by the experts. It's not our opinion or our feelings, even though this was made by man and inspired by man. I know you don't feel that way, but Bible.
Of course, they're going to be trying to use all these big terms, trying to confuse you, of course. Oh, you just need to go back to school. We are the wise ones. We have thought.
And can I tell you, that's actually the opposite, okay? I have found that scientists, academics, skeptics try to make very complicated subjects as simple as possible. And the goal of the creationist, the apologist, is to sound as technical as possible. But, whatever.
These things through. I've looked at the fossil record. I've thought about the radiometric dating. Oh, you don't even know what radiometric dating is, do you? Professing to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the incorruptible God for an image in the likeness of corruptible man.
No, we don't care about your God. We're not replacing it. These things actually work. We can use radiocarbon dating on a variety of life forms.
and of birds and four-footed animals and crawling creatures. Instead of giving glory to God, giving thanks to God for creating the heavens and the earth in 6 days, as he told us.
And you know what? I can't even let you throw my theistic evolutionary brothers and sisters under the bus. A lot of them, unfortunately, believe this stuff that you're reading and still believe in evolution because it's true.
As he revealed to us, you want to come up with this theory to say that actually the fish we have come from fish, from four-footed animals.
Oh my goodness, so insulting. I don't know why four-footed. First, like, wow, I don't know why four-footed is an insult, but fish. Yeah, I know. You creationists.
We have four limbs. I mean, they have 4 limbs. We have 4 limbs. We just walk on 2 of them.
But I mean, 4 foot. You would think he'd expect, like, there's a lot more fish that are 4 inches. You would think that would be more insulting. Because if I saw a 4-foot fish and you said I'm related to that, I'd go, yeah, I get it. I fucking get it.
A fish 4 inches, 15 feet.
And I mean, we come from multicellular or single cellular becoming multicellular creatures. Again, that's more fantastic. I understand why, because of this process of us absorbing a single-celled organism that were like early mitochondria. But again, we're triggered about the fish. All right. And you know, James, I hope, and again, I'm contracted to bring this up. I hope it's not a gay fish. I hope he doesn't like fish sticks. I love fish sticks. Fish sticks in the mouth, crispy ones. Exactly. Gay swan.
We give glory.
There's a Hindu god that rides on a swan. Okay, metaphorically, I love that. I think that's funny and amazing. But that's just. I'm taking pot shots at Hindus and Muslims and Jews and all of them. They really are
awesome.
Swans
used to all be royal property. They were all owned by the crown. Yeah, you couldn't own a swan. They were considered property of the crown.
Oh my goodness, I get it. I mean, they have this very "we are better than you" type of look to them. But I can see if you look at certain birds, it's no surprise they look like dinosaurs. I don't get like. I feel like they have to try. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Like I feel like they have to try way harder to see why evolution is not true than for us to understand. It fits in like a puzzle in my brain. The more I learn about evolution, the more I go. And once again, these are smarter people than me. I'm just going,
They're taking the complex. They're taking the complicated, and they're breaking it down for us. So we can understand it and say, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then trying to help other people understand it.
I was trying to find, there's this like specific animal. I'm trying to remember. Oh, here we go. Okay. But like, okay. And I got to keep it muted, because I don't want to like get clocked for it, but like just
the shovel bill, yeah.
Look at this thing. Just look at this giant fucking bird. You tell me you don't see how this thing came from dinosaurs? Are you
almost
kidding
looks
me?
like a crocodilian type head, yeah, mouth.
Like if you were casting a dinosaur. Look at that. Like, come on. Oh, my goodness. But don't trust your eyes or ears. That's okay. Well, in this case, just your eyes, because we didn't hear it.
To these things, we're here because of nature, instead of giving glory to the one who created nature.
Yes, because depending on what you mean, that's just the physical world. But sure.
They seek the source of nature.
I'm going to call this person Captain Tautology.
There's beauty in nature itself, but we know better than this. And so at the end of the day, though,
Captain Tautology, he's an asshole.
Captain Tautology got no philosophy. Only theology. Anyway.
Is not going to be whatever I showed you in this video regarding those logical fallacies. Those are helpful. As Christians, we need to be able to think logically and see whenever other people are thinking.
I love this, though. He does a whole video on debunking evolution, and at the tag end, he's like, listen, Christians, you don't need to debunk evolution.
Illogically, the best thing we can do as Christians when it comes to all these side issues. Evolution,
oh my god, I had
is
Dr.
a
Dino.
side issue.
It is both horrifying and magical. Oh my god. That thing, you would run in a jungle. Oh my god, I probably want to pet it. No. You know what I want to pet? A cheetah. And I would die. And yet all the comments. Here's the comment section in every cheetah video. I would die. Here's the other half of the comment section. Oh my god, they're actually not a big cat. They're like kind of on like the side between like big cat, and so they would probably. And so James, if I die and it's from a cheetah, I blame the YouTube comment section. I will die a very happy person, but you will know why I died.
What did I see? I've seen videos of like tigers and lions that people have like kept since they were cubs, and the guy goes to open the and the thing just jumps on him and like tackles him to the ground, a 400-pound tiger, and but he's licking him like it's a it's an overgrown house cat. Yeah,
James, that's what I want so badly. The cheetah that was in this person's car was so happy. Was not. They were just. They were eating. They might have been eating the dashboard, but we all lose things when we own a cat. All right, let's finish up this video. Let's let him preach. He was a good boy and talked about science. It was butchering science and kind of even philosophy. Like his syllogisms were unfair, straw men, but that's okay.
Well, that's true, Victoria. Once in a while, we agree on something. People say the cheetah is like its weight is not very big, not compared to like a tiger.
And they're very shy.
They are built for speed. They can't take down some of quite the same predators size that tigers or lions can. But
listen, I'm not going to deny
down by a cheetah.
That each and every time that I watch a video like this, I want to pet them. There is an inner need. There is almost every urge that says this is going to kill you is absolutely overrun by you should pet that on the head. Nonetheless, I'm going to die that way. I will scream comment section as I'm being eaten. However,
you're like
in the upside, I do like to be sometimes the one to feed the cats, and so in a way, I kind of am doing that. So I feel like it's a win-win.
Like the guys who sneak into SeaWorld after hours to swim with the orcas, they usually end up dead.
Yes, swimming with the whales. I saw someone who was eaten by a whale, but because a whale doesn't have the specific esophagus structure to eat big organisms like that, he spit someone out. What's up, Ace? If you mean join the live stream, because you, like BB said, you're in chat, but if you mean join the live stream, we only got a few more minutes on this video, him preaching a little bit, and then you can by all means join. That's what we want. If you disagree with us, we'll probably be here for another. James said he's free for 5 days. 5 days.
Yeah. I can call out of work if I have to, I guess. Use a sick day.
Exactly. If you're a theist, probably him and I could probably stay here a good week or two. If you're an atheist, we'll probably be on for another, just a little while. And we love atheists. We want you to have a home here. This is what we're probably composed mostly of agnostic and atheists and some theists. Primarily. But, the people who disagree with us, we can't help ourselves. That's what we're here for.
Evolution with perfectly good arguments and convinced an atheist that evolution is not true. But there would be no point in that if...
There'd be no point in that. Nonetheless, I am going to make a video focusing on that right now. Okay.
He doesn't repent and believe the gospel, so the gospel should always be
True.
front and center, right? But secondly, the only reason...
Actually, I'll be honest with you, again, to just keep on harping on my theistic evolutionist brothers and sisters, but many of them do accept the gospel. They just think you're an idiot for not accepting science. And again, that's not James and I thinking you're an idiot. Again, we as the skeptics would never do that. That's your brothers and sisters. Woo.
And why evolution even comes up is because people presuppose that they can reason on their own. They can come up with these theories apart from God's special revelation in Scripture. If evolution is disproven to their satisfaction, then they're just going to come up with another theory.
Or like they're Christians, Muslims, Jews themselves, and you would just actually have to prove it and stop being a big old little bee.
It's like saying, oh, you accept Christianity first, and then you convert, and then you accept God as the creator.
Exactly.
You accept true. You accept that it's true, and then you declare it to be true.
Yes. Well, they go out thinking they're right and look for information saying that they're right. Unfortunately, it's this hobgoble that we get before us. What's up, Titan? What is up, everyone? We will probably do a few more minutes of this, and then we'll open it up for 30 minutes to, of an open mic for the skeptics. And again, if you disagree with us, then we'll open it up for the next 5 days. It'll be a good time.
Another false theory and another one. It's just going to go on forever unless they repent from their sinful way.
But he snuck in kind. You'll notice that. He had to get that in.
Of thinking, which is starting with themselves, examining the evidence in whatever way that they like to. And so they feel like they can...
Examining the evidence, that's sinful.
James, you shouldn't look at the evidence. You got to believe with your heart in faith. And James, isn't what I'm doing as a transgender? I'm sorry. Again, Soros says I have to mention it a specific amount.
All sorts of theories. What we should be doing is pointing out that evidence within your worldview, that your brain is just a bag of chemicals, that you examine the evidence doesn't have any
and attacking. And this is actually an even more closer subject to my mind, which is they continue to insult consciousness being a natural phenomena when that is where all of the current evidence. And James, can I ask if you thought this guy was having actual, I'm not talking like a funny mental problem, I mean like a neurological problem, was having seizures. I have epilepsy. I feel like I could talk about that. What doctor do you think? Do you think he'd go to a gastrologist? What do you think?
I think he'd probably go to a neurologist.
What? A neurologist? James, why would you say that? Just out of random.
Having a nervous system disorder, the brain's part of the nervous system, that'd probably be the best, the most logical place to go, right?
How dare you, James? Do you have a fancy degree and you want to come and sit here and say that someone with a neurological problem should go to a neurologist?
I know it's a shot in the dark. It's completely out of left field. I have no qualifications to make that assessment, and you're just as liable to, go find someone sleeping under a bridge and have them examine your nervous system. And
it's true. Can I be honest with you? In our family, we go to an optometrist for seizures and other brain disorders, and it could be that there's something within your eyes that gives you for that. But generally speaking, I'm trying to think of another one because you
have heart palpitations. Go to a dermatologist.
Yeah,
or a optometrist or ear, nose, and throat.
There's a reason that we go to these specific doctors. It's where the very empirical evidence is mounted. And yes, it's true. Consciousness as a mechanism is not fully, and I stress fully, understood, because it's not like we're just painting in the dark. We know a lot more than we did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. It may take another 50 years to truly understand consciousness. Exactly. Nonetheless, it's not random. It is not arbitrary. And I'll tell you what doesn't work. Faith. Actually praying or anything like that.
praying for God to take away your nervous system problems.
I mean, feel free to do it along with whatever scientific discovery that we are putting forward. What is up, Hindu atheist? Yes, go to the neurologist and then pray. I just did a Hindu debate, so I'm all excited about Hinduism.
Oh, we love that one.
Can I tell you what kills me? I did all this research in preparation
live from India.
Like,
wow.
I wanted him. Woo-hoo. I wanted him to like say that I wasn't like this person that just doesn't know anything about it, but he kind of did that type of insult, even though I thought I did a fairly good primer at the intro, and then just tried to break down if he believed in any of these concepts that he really didn't want to defend, just like any other religious person. The funniest thing about that debate, and I'll keep on saying that, is the more that he didn't want to sound like a Christian, the more he sounded like a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew. Like, there were some ways that they were more liberal and they could bank on things that, there's no profit in Hinduism. Okay, that's kind of cool. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes they're more open to LGBTQ because they're a minority themselves and things. Okay, that's cool. But, like, if you look into the actual gods themselves, just as silly. And they'll say, well, don't look at them literally, even though I do. That's really what they're saying. And, just look into the metaphor of the story, even though I literally believe that they happen. Yes, exactly. And I mean, the avatars replace prophets. It's that there are really only a certain number of gods in Hinduism, but there's lots of avatars. In fact, because one god will have a dozen different avatars. So, and these are the human form representations of a god. They come down as humans.
Then they have other type of celestial beings that are not necessarily gods, but are existing in a higher plane than humans. They're at the next step of karma above
Brahman.
us.
I don't know if Brahman himself has an avatar, but it's weird. He's the creator god, but he's not worshipped by many Hindus. He doesn't have a following. Everyone wants an avatar god, apparently. But yeah,
James Cameron is completely heterosexual. Oh no, that's
Ted Haggard. Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual. James Cameron is a lovely guy. I've watched him. My favorite recently is watching how serious he becomes trying to talk about that failed submersible. I'm trying to remember the name.
The Titan? Was it the Titan?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that went down to the Titanic. And because they were using a composite material, they were using a material of two different types that the submarine community all told them they should not use. It eventually failed. It didn't fail on the first time, but on the third or the fourth
wore
time,
down over time. Yeah.
Yes, which is what they said. They were so impressed that they were able to do it the first time. And then they said, well, there was no big problems. So check that out. Unfortunately,
hey, it worked. It worked. We got it down. Well,
so we're free.
Doesn't mean it worked perfectly.
Well, and it doesn't mean it's not going to break down. As James Cameron said in this interview, if you have a warning system for your material may break down, that should tell you that you're probably using the wrong material. Yeah. Anyway, setting so much. Can I tell you something though, James?
Tell me. James
Cameron does what James Cameron does, not because James Cameron, but I can't. He used to be able to do it so well. James Cameron does not do what James Cameron does for James Cameron. James Cameron does what James Cameron can do because he is James Cameron. There we go. The South Park mentions are out
because of Dances with Wolves.
You know what? Can I talk about that?
Yeah,
because it is. It does. I do want to push back on that because it's more than just Dances with Wolves. It does have that same element. Yes, it is the guy going out and becoming more enlightened by tribal culture, becoming one. But I would say it is still this multitude of things. It is still the fact that they are this robotics mining company trying to go into space. And, you know, it is about this paraplegic guy. The story, I would actually say, although that's the plot, the story is this paraplegic guy trying to, you know, find who he is and make peace with his dead brother who was able to walk. I'm a super fan. I can't help it. But can I tell you the most edgiest thing? I'll tell you. James Cameron, in defending this point, the man going out to the noble savage, he said, you know, that's the only way that they win. You know that, right? He said, if you look throughout history, that they generally get wiped out. And we're telling this story, trying to show that if we work together, we can actually beat these mega corporations that are going up against us, that are destroying the planet, because that's part of the reason. I mean, Avatar is a big hippie thing. Not only is it a big hippie thing, if you look, so are a lot of his films are very pro-feminist, pro-whatever, even though they're so highly rated because they're good. He's good at both plot and story, and he's a good world maker. I'm a James Cameron super fan. All right, let's finish this so we can finally go to open mic. We are finishing up I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. This could be retitled more aptly, I Got Triggered by a Single Atheist on Evolution. But okay.
Meaning whatsoever. How do you know you were examining the evidence correctly if your chemicals are just fizzing in a certain way? And this guy's chemicals over here that doesn't believe in evolution, his chemicals are just reacting differently.
Yeah,
so
I get it. You know what? I don't understand, like, why this is so popular among apologists. It's true. We are a bag of chemicals, and our brains are fuzzing differently than other people. And that, you know, it's not like... That's all we have. It's not like soda, as in soda is a specific carbon dioxide mixture trying to give you a flavor and a taste. And yet, yeah, our brains are chemicals. We are carbon and water. We are these neurons sending electrical signals. Isn't that enough? Does it have to be magical? Yeah, I know.
And
like,
look at what we've been able to come up with it.
Exactly.
Using that bag of fizzing chemicals, look at what we've built. You know, we've done a lot with it.
But a lot of it just within apologetics just seems to be like taking things that are facts and just trying to insult them.
Making
like,
it sound,
you think you're
trying to make it sound stupid. Yeah.
Exactly. You think you're related to an amoeba? Well, yeah, amoebas are kind of this thing that exists in both multicellular, single-cellular animals, plants, and fungi. So it actually looks like a great specimen for something that you would think.
What?
I know.
Okay.
Exactly, native atheists.
You think you're related to a protista?
Yeah. We insert any organism. We are related to them. Crazy, but true. I say crazy layfully.
You know what came up with the Bible? You know what came up with all that? Bags of fizzing chemicals. That's
bags of fizzing chemicals. Exactly.
That's where God came from. Bags of fizzing chemicals.
So basically, the atheistic evolutionary worldview cannot account for knowledge itself. I mentioned inductive arguments.
Can't account for knowledge
cannot account for absolute knowledge.
Yeah, because that's all this. I know, and that's all we understand justified true beliefs. We build them within science, and we measure empirical data, and we allocate our confidence to that empirical data.
Earlier, which presuppose the idea that the future will be like the past, and within the atheistic worldview, that is a baseless assumption. If you're confused at all at what I'm saying, then I highly recommend you watch this video from Jason Lyle, as well as this.
Oh boy.
Just chilling.
This video for myself where I explain how to argue biblically, because the Bible does tell us how we should be arguing with
Nonetheless, I want to trigger some atheists, but you Christians don't have to watch this because no one's going to believe you.
Believers. Not in the sense that we're just like throwing names at each other and everything. That would be a bad way of arguing, but arguing biblically, defending the faith biblically. Please like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Comment down below what you want to see in future videos, but that'll be all for today.
What's up, Nick? Sending so much love. I bet your channel is busy as heck. I don't know how I feel about that. I want to congratulate you, but it's like being the #1 news station at the end of the world. Oh, it's not that hyperbolic. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, I'm sending so much love. He does have a great channel, and he does have great. Has great people on. I'm trying to remember. You had someone on the other day. I'm trying to remember, was it Mark or someone? You had another great atheist on there. So send. I know. Oh my god! It's literally like, and I say literally, but it's it's like a Twilight Zone episode where the author spends the entire time saying journalism isn't back, and we're finally everyone's gonna pay attention to us, and then the bombs drop, and everyone turns to you, and you're like, paper for sale. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Stock market's fine. Stock market's fine. It's like a mantra, James. Just keep on saying it. It'll be true.
Skeptic mantra.
Skeptic mantra. Yes. This person touched a decent amount of our country. Like 38%, James. 38%. Think of 6,000 to 10,000 Earth. But just think about it. This will be in the history books one day. Just, I'm sure that's what the people of the Great Depression thought. They were like, anyone want a selfie? This is going to be great one day. They'll learn about it in 8th grade. Anyway, this person is full of nonsense. Not for the reasons that he was saying. He felt a little bit, now that the more and more I think about it, he was just feeling a little bit defensive against everyone. Because I like how he came in basically saying, I'm not ugly, stop insulting me, and then kept on bringing up a pretty cute skeptic chick who was tearing apart his nonsense. That was actually most of the episode, except for the very end of him preaching. Yeah.
The Bibble.
The Bibble.
Close with the Bibble.
I don't know, James. Who do you think was more triggered? The atheist community or him? I don't know. It's a tough one. But yes, that has been I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. I think what we're going to do in a second is allow anyone who disagrees with us, or if you do agree with us, come up. You have a point to tell us as well. Feel free, but we especially can't help ourselves.
Debunk the open mic itself.
Debunk, that's right. I disagree with open mics. But if you definitely think the Earth is 6,000 years old, evolution is wrong, I just want to throw a social issue out there. Insert social issue that is just so triggering. I guess all of them. I could pick out one, but I'm so tired of them. Can I tell you that's the irony, James? I got 10 years, not to keep on harping on the same thing and beating a dead horse, but that's what I was told for 10 years. It's all you do. It's just so much identity politics, and if you just stop talking about identity politics, then it would go away. And like a good little girl, I just went, oh, I just don't want to talk about it. And we'll moderate, and I'm a centrist, and thank you. And I just love everyone. And thank you for letting me be in Western society. And thank you for letting me be married and in the military and all these things that we asked for. And then just, it'll keep on going much further than me. I'm sorry. I keep on bringing up all these politics, and I really am not trying to sell communism. Just like Bill Burr is getting all this heat and all these people calling him a communist for talking and criticizing billionaires. They don't care about you. They really don't. They're not in there to make things better. All right, sponsored by Nabisco. If you time's with me, time's to come on. I'm going to put the link up. I would say I'm defending liberal democracy in the term that they mean liberal, because that's the other flack that I get. You mean this new liberal, the liberal that gets upset at college campuses, which is such a... If you can't take a little heat at a college campus as a speaker, then you need thicker skin. I don't know what to tell you. I talk to people who disagree with me all the time. I get it. We should talk about, we shouldn't get rid of people who disagree with us. That there, for like a half second, there was like that talk of cancel culture and all this shit. That never stuck. None of that stuff. In fact, I'd say it's went so far around to the opposite that the dog whistles are outside. Anyway, that's not how evolution works. It's not. If you disagree with anything I said, you just want to tell me how wrong I am.
Stick it to her.
Stick it to me.
Stick it in her.
And I'll tell you, at one point, there was a point that liberals were talking about identity politics. Okay, when we fought for gay marriage, that is identity. That's who we are. We can't help it. We were born that way. And I truly mean born that way. There may be environmental factors and things, but like, I don't choose who I'm attracted to. Yes, you're right, theist, when you say, but you have to choose to act on that. But that's true about anything that translates from thought to action. Yes, to have a straight sexual encounter, you have to first think it, and then hopefully you've asked the person and consented, which is a choice. But that's not what we're arguing about. Just like I'll say transgenders in the military is equally important, because the military is one of the largest employers of transgenders, for better or for worse. So you really are doing damage to the transgender community. Again, I have epilepsy. I'm not going to be on the front line anytime soon. I know I get flack. Sometimes there are some disabilities or things that keep people out of the military that they say are the equivalent. Well, I think some of those are outdated. Some of them are true. There's going to be some, maybe you wouldn't want me on the front line. I actually think I could be in the military if push comes to shove, because I'm on medication that keeps me stable. I don't have seizures. Nonetheless, I don't want to be in the military right now. But I'm just saying that there are some people that may want to.
There are non-combatant roles.
Exactly. I could be a tech person. I could be entering data or handling medical, things in the States, not in a war zone or things like that. What I'm trying to say is those things are important. What annoys me about the bathroom, the locker room, and sports is they are things that liberals didn't pick. No liberal invented these. They are conservative reactions. Now, I'm not saying there's no complete non-conversation. Maybe we do need to have sports conversation. We need to think how to incorporate everyone, trans people, biological people. How is it going to be fair? That may be a conversation. It's a first world conversation, though, and is a diversion from any other actual issue. I mean that. I'll continue to say that. Healthcare, for example, is a more top-level issue. If we were to get healthcare for everyone, it would solve anything that transgender people generally need. And it would solve everything that biological straight people would need, wouldn't it? It's universal design, baby. We should be designing things for everybody. Because truly, and I get it, some people who just come out as transgender, their lens is just transgender. However, there is the need for transgender advocates out there. I'm not saying I'm very proud of the people. I'm very proud of the line that has trans shows out there. I think that's very important. But the need to talk about being transgender is being amplified not by us. And it's important that I dispel that message, because they're reaching into your pocket, ladies and gents, boys and girls, everybody out there. I really mean this. When you go after Social Security and pensions, when you go after education, you're going after fundamentals. Anyway, if you disagree with me, I'm going to hit my clock. We'll go, if no one joins us, then we'll, in 20 or so minutes, then we'll just have our ending here. Did I pin it? I'll even pin it. I'm actually going to be right back for a second and hand it over to you, James. But I swear to everyone out there, especially the conservatives, I often get told by liberals like Bill Maher that I didn't change. I feel the left left me. Well, I feel the opposite. I feel like I didn't change. I feel like America is changing in ways that reflect the religious trying to make gains. And I think if we do not counter that they will gain more control and we will have less freedom. It's something way deeper than just the LGBTQ. The LGBTQ are the canary in the coal mine. We are just the loudest thing, an emotional thing that they can attack. They're coming for way deeper things. I cannot stress that enough. My citizens, my brothers and sisters. All right, I'm enough. I'm this close to being taken away for spreading communism, James. But I swear I'm a capitalist. I will continue. I'm not giving up my iPhone, even though I hate these companies. That's the other dilemma that I'm trying to go through right now.
Give up your iPhone without having to need full capitalism.
Well, here's the thing. I could give up my iPhone, but then what company? The question is, what company do I lean into that isn't going to severely disrupt life? And that's the thing, that no one, and that maybe you do have to disrupt your life. But I'll give you the joke that I gave. I once said I'm quitting Amazon because I no longer wanted to support Bezos. No, I was tired of this. And I said, I'm going to some sort of other shop where I could truly support the working man and I could find everything that I need. And as I'm driving around, I end up pulling into a Walmart parking lot and I go, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm going from, I'm trying to think of two horror movie villains. You're going from, from a slasher to a burner. But whatever. But we got to figure out ways
to Firestarter.
Yes, exactly. And so I'm trying to figure out how, because what I want is compassionate capitalism. What I want is, it's not that I want to, have a People's Republic flag above me and where I'm supporting Mao every day, but can't I have an iPhone and poor people have health care? Can't it be both, James? Is it that crazy? Other countries do it, and I know they always say they're smaller than us.
Well, we could do it, but
countries.
But I mean, we we're the gold mine of them. So they don't, these pharmaceuticals, and then they don't really care if Estonia or if a small Asian country were to get rid. Okay, fine. but America, that's the one they fight for because that's where they make their money. So that's where they go out and they scare the people and they make everybody afraid that they're going to have to wait.
And these pharmaceutical companies and these insurance companies are middlemen. All they do is profit off the sick. And again, I know they get a lot of flack. I think sometimes it's well-deserved. I hate to say it, but, you know, insurance should all be like Medicaid and Medicare. I get it that you sometimes have to make some money, but it should be a decent price and you're covered for most things because people are dying. All right, I'm going to try and get off it. I'm going to go away for a second. I'll remind everybody. Oh, thank you so much, Kentucky Atheist. I hope so. I'm trying to get out to the people. You know, sometimes it's hard because I sometimes feel like even I have a populace when you hear what I'm saying. But these nationalist populists out there, they're not the way. Let me tell you. Especially the religious people that they are unfortunately hooking up with. We need to think of better ways and to support our people, liberal and conservative, men and women, transgender and biological. We all got to figure out how to live together. And so let's do so. All right, we are talking. What are we talking, James? We're skeptic and ranting on I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. If you want to talk, now's the time to join. But all right, James, what are your thoughts about that lovely amount of wisdom we saw in that video?
Well, so what we were just talking about, just briefly, the health insurance, they're the middleman. A lot of times when you tell people that you support universal health care or you support someone like Bernie Sanders, and they have the idea like, oh, you just want free stuff, free this, free that. Like, it's not free stuff. It's most of us who have jobs or have an income. You know, every paycheck, they take money out of my paycheck and give it to United Healthcare. And then United Healthcare's job is to spend as little of that as possible giving me healthcare, and they get to keep all the rest, right? That's how it goes. And what we're saying is instead of having that money go to a private corporation who's trying to give you the least and they get to keep the rest, maybe we could just spend that money on healthcare, just on hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Maybe we don't need this middleman. But the feeling that there's always the need to make a profit. There's always there's got to be in the market a need for somebody to be able to make money off of something. Like, I don't know if it's true or not. It's partially delves in the realm of conspiracy, but the people who say that, oh, Nikola Tesla was working on a way to, generate virtually free power from the ionosphere. I can't tell you how it works, but they say, oh, well, when he presented his idea and his funders, JP Morgan said, oh, that's interesting. Where do we put the meter? And he's like, well, we don't put a meter. That's the whole point of it. And then they said, well, okay, we're not going to fund it anymore because there's got to be a way to make money off of it. For them, there's always got to be a cut, an angle. There's always got to be something where even if it looks like they're giving you something better, even if you feel like you're getting something better, they're actually getting more. And so you might feel like things are improving a little bit, but they're getting more. You might feel like the minimum wage has gone up, which in some places it has gone up, but is it going up in relation to worker productivity or to the amount of money they're making? In most cases, no. They're making more money. They're throwing some pennies. They're throwing pocket change at the workers. And society has taught us to be happy, be very grateful for whatever they give you. Be very, very grateful. Oh, I got a raise. It doesn't even keep up with inflation, but I got nothing these other years, so I should be very happy for that. At least I'm not losing even more money versus inflation, and that's that's been conditioned. It's been something they've been working on for a long time to get people subservient, to get people the whole relationship, the dynamic to how people relate to their jobs and to companies. It's like for instance, the example I use, like there's a stigma, there's an idea that if you just leave your job, if you don't leave notice, that's irresponsible. Why would you do that? Other places won't want to hire you. They won't hire you back if you want to come back. But when a place intends to lay you off or to fire you, do they give you notice, or do they do? No, they don't. The minute you become unneeded to them or expendable, they just tell you, sorry, we don't need you anymore. The minute. It's that we expect these corporations, we expect them to ruthlessly act for their best interest, and they'll defend that. They'll say, well, yes, we're a corporation. That's our job, is to make money for the stockholders, so we have to ruthlessly act in that interest. But when it comes to the people, they want them to play by the rules. They want your bank will do whatever it can do to make another dime off of you. But they got very upset with these strategic defaults on the mortgages, like people who got a mortgage on a house and they thought the value would go up. It didn't. So no longer makes sense for them to pay that mortgage. That mortgage the house was never really worth that much just to live in. It was an investment. The investment's not panning out. Say, well, you still committed to pay that amount and you have to pay no matter what. Well, go fuck yourself. I mean, that's they don't act that way. They do what's in their best interest. They expect you to play by the rules. And it's what they did. What they do is, like, when times are good, right? Like in times are good. What was it, like 2005, when the economy was actually doing pretty well, and that's when they came up with this bankruptcy reform thing, where it didn't seem like it was a bad thing at the time. Like, okay, people were doing better. There's these people that are abusing bankruptcy, and they're making you pay higher interest rates. They're making costs go up for everybody else. So that they went and changed it. But then when things are not going so good, that comes to bite, regular people who may not be trying to use the system maliciously. They're just trying to survive. And yeah.
Anyway. What's up, Pat? We are just finishing up on I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. We are going into the open mic. We got Joe back behind stage. We'll probably go for, I'll add 30 minutes to the clock, but then I eventually have to get back to grading myself. But this has been fun and needed, and we got to do more and more streams. I want to get back into it. Felt good to be on. All right. Let's get into it. We are midnight. No, we're not. It's not midnight. It's daytime. James, it's just built in.
Well, it's afternoon. It's not morning. Like
at least, yeah, now it's daytime. We are Skeptic and Ranting on I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. Let's get into our open mic.
There you go, Pat. Now I was telling the free market capitalists, go suck it, go fuck themselves.
Oh my gosh, I was trying to promote eating the billionaires a little bit earlier, but I do want to just point out I am against cannibalism. Yes.
Well, we won't eat them. We'll feed them to use them for pet food or agricultural food. Yeah,
James. I like the way you think. All right. What is up, Joe? And how are your feelings? We are talking about I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
I'm doing great, and thanks for having me. I agree with you, so I'll only take a minute of your time. But the this argument about like debunking evolution and stuff is it's almost becoming like a meme among these creationists. the reasoning for this has been like forgotten over time, and why it is that this conversation takes place. The ICR in Institute for Creation Research in 1972 was founded with the whole idea to engage with evolutionists about that topic, to try and discredit it on a public forum in order to bring more people to the faith. There was never actually any science or anything involved. It's always just been about, let's poke holes in this thing to try and strengthen our non sequitur conclusion the other way. So it's and don't get me wrong, I engage in these arguments too quite often. Talking about the science and stuff is fun and it's interesting and it helps you learn. But when you look at what the motives of why this has become what it is part of that whole big problem you two have been describing for the last 20 minutes.
And if I may say, apologetics for Christianity and Dawah for Islam was created to really counter skeptics. It was that, look, we already have these lay followers and they're just going to believe whatever we tell them. But there are these reasonable people out there. How are we going to convince them? And thus you have really these philosophical takes trying to win over doubters.
But as you say, like, it's mainly about trying to poke holes in it, and we see this not just with religion, but with things like 9/11 truth, something that obviously happened. They just go and try to poke holes, things we don't know. We see it in things like Holocaust denial, where they say, "Oh well, this part's not that well documented. This, that, we don't know this. We don't." Okay, but as a whole, we actually do have a pretty good idea of what happened. You're just trying to inject doubt.
7-Eleven was a part-time job. I'm sorry. I shout things sometimes. You can go.
Well, I think they have to try and overall cast doubt that the scientific method is a good way to understand the world around us. And instead explain it through the lens of whatever, particular denomination or religion that they're practicing. And if the first thing I think about is when having this conversation is, okay, I'll give you evolution's horseshit. Oh, so so where does that leave us? Does that do anything at all for the story you're trying to promote? And it doesn't. So are we having an honest conversation about creationism when we're talking about evolution?
Well, and it's because it upsets them more than it upsets us. The reason they go after evolution is they go, oh, if they're all going to believe it, I mean, it's clear why they're going to stop believing in God. It's like, I guess, I mean, there is no clear correlation there, but yeah, I guess if you mean people are going to start thinking rationally after starting to accept science, then I hate to tell you, you're going to have to accept a lot of things.
Yeah. In Kentucky, and by the way, the Kentucky Atheist is who I am. The stuff is all for doing. But in Kentucky, 47% of adults believe that man was created along with all animals in a creation event 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. Nationally, it's 38%. Those are Pew Research statistics. So there is a need to have these conversations and stuff. It's just what goal is being driven towards in each individual conversation, because sometimes it's different. I've had creationists, they want to come and use my platform to talk about creationism in order to promote some kind of bigotry, or in order to promote some other, Ken Hovind nonsense or whatever. The Ark Encounter thing you see on the screen, they're trying to put homeschooling stuff into houses across the United States to teach children from a young age that the Earth is 6,000 years old and that evolution is false.
They'll send them out plus giraffes for their arc experiment because you always have to have the 2 giraffe heads sticking out of the top of the ark while billions of people and animals are drowning.
James has a specific claim that there has to be, if you are going to have an ark, there has to be giraffes. All right, it's the only way.
The heads of the giraffes sticking out of the top.
Yeah, they're in every picture. I agree.
Every picture has the giraffes there.
But
that's a way to for them to make the story relatable to kids, because kids love animals and they're hey, it's a big boat full of a big petting zoo. Isn't this fun?
Forget everyone dying. Look at those 2 giraffes.
Yeah, look at those 2 happy giraffes. All the other giraffes drowned and died, but these 2 are happy.
So I'm organizing and hosting the Ark Encounter protest this year in Kentucky, and the reason for that is the thing that made me want to do it is watching videos of Ken Ham with an auditorium full of children saying the Earth is 6,000 years old, and then they all repeat it, and so on with his doctrine and dogma, and so
mantra.
It's gross. I mean, it's
yes, I will say, although they accuse the LGBTQ of preaching their ideology to kids, very specifically what they want to do is preach their ideology to kids.
Calling the kettle black. They're the ones really after the kids.
And I sometimes ask, like, do you guys teach hellfire and brimstone to children?
Every
Isn't
Sunday
that child abuse?
School?
Exactly. And half of them will go, no. We wait till they're older, or no. I don't believe in that type of hell or something like that. They're actually just separated. But the other half, they go, oh yeah, those are my children.
Early.
I mean,
it's early.
Yeah.
5 or 6, they start hearing about it.
Exactly.
Literally, as soon as they can comprehend English, that's as soon as when they make the push, they make the pass.
And they phrase it instead of, I'll ask them about ideology, but they say, yes, of course, I'm teaching them the truth.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, what's wrong with me teaching them the truth?
I have a degree in truthology from Kent State University.
So my question always is, what is the difference between those 2 things? And one of those things, the things that we teach in school and the things that are taught in church, one of those things goes through a process, the other does not. And if they want to subject it to that process in order to have it be a candidate of something to be taught in schools, then let's do that. But you got to accept what the outcome of that is as well. So.
Well, that's what intelligent design was, to try to spruce it up a little bit, try to make it sound and look more scientific, and it's not religion.
I am so sorry. Thoughts.
I live in Eastern Kentucky. Everybody's a creationist.
Oh my!
No, like goodness. even where I went to school, like they did not really teach evolution because it's more.
But can I tell you the difference?
To just not mention it.
Never mind. Well, the difference between Florida and Kentucky, though, probably someone was running through with underwear. No. I actually want to go to Florida because, James, I don't know if you know this, even though I'm pretty sure you 100% know this. No, I've never been. But I have Jewish parents and Jewish family, and thus I have to fight like a duck not to go to my ancestral homeland, which is not Israel. But as you should know, it's Florida.
West Palm Beach.
The weather is amazing. You can get a bagel probably.
There's a Jewish deli in Boca that we used to go to when they had a sign on the wall that said, like, we were a wandering people until we found Boca Raton.
That's what I mean. So, like, I have to fight that there are many things that I like at a spiritual level that I connect with, like good weather and theme parks.
Bacon.
Bacon. I was gonna say concerts, but sure, that was bacon. So all 3 of these things they They connect with me on a deep level.
The rabbi wrapping the tefillin, davening back and forth with the box on his head. Yeah.
But we do have to focus on the what's it called belt, the Bible Belt of America, because unfortunately, a lot of them are pushing. A lot of them push politically. They are the Sharia law equivalents, trying to get themselves into power.
America should be a female, a Christian version of Saudi Arabia, or the Christian Taliban.
That is what they want.
Yeah. I would normally never recommend anyone come to the Bible Belt, but this summer would be the time if you're down for it. There's event after event taking place this summer in the Bible Belt, pushing back against a lot of these bad ideas, all different kinds of things.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a major city in every state, ladies and gentlemen. Head to your capital or whatever that city is and make yourself loud. Do. What? I'm not telling people to read that or go out there and read Saul's rules for radicals and then go join a union and then go out there and go join a protest and then who are we talking about anyway? I said James, bluer and bluer and bluer. But yes, Joe, we'll probably, unless someone joins us that disagrees with us, we'll probably stay on for another 10 minutes and then we'll give you an outro and then
3.5.
Okay. The places like AIG and these large, powerful companies under the Trump administration now destroying education and everything else. It's really time to to talk about those things. And unfortunately, it's not fun or pretty or any of that. I sometimes now I'll start content talking about some other thing, and it inevitably ends up in the same place.
Well, I'll tell you the conundrum that I have is that I have spent years and years trying to put a line in the sand saying this wasn't a political channel. I'm a moderate and a centrist. You don't take sides. And it's getting to the point that it's like if you want to have a country.
Yeah. Well, see, the two sides is they're not equivalent, and it's not two sides of the same coin. It's you have one side that wants a rich billionaire class at the expense of everybody else, and like we see undocumented immigrants are not given due process, loaded on planes and sent away, but our president was convicted of many felonies and not a thing happened.
There is kind of an Orwellian thing, is that he's mean to immigrants, but he's not good at deporting. And so he actually deported less than Biden. Now, that doesn't matter because he was mean to immigrants. And just like the liberals like the virtue signaling, conservatives get off on that all the time. And so this is why it doesn't matter what Elon cuts. It's that he's in there trying to cut things. Doesn't matter that what he cut is mostly the safety regulations that were investigating him. Yeah. Doesn't matter that it's a lot of jobs at random. And so, like, it's not cutting back the pork or the things that were bad within government. It is a ends justify the means. Just fucking burn it down. And hopefully whatever is left will be enough to keep all of those wonderful programs that all of these constituents are demanding we have. Which brings me to education. If you read that education, it is horrifying and hilarious. Because in essence, it says we are going to shut down the Department of Education. However, we still want loans and children having school things. And you read this list and you're like, oh, you mean the Department of Education? You still want the Department of Education. What the fuck are you like?
They want to let the claim is they want to let the states control it, but that's really just
horrifying.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something? I'm sorry, you just said one word, or basically two words. I have to horrify. Can I tell you this? And I'll continue to tell you this. Everyone this. Anyone who uses the states' rights, and I have a new test, a brand new test. All right? You truly believe in states' rights over federal rights. You have to give me an issue that conservatives think is better in the hands of the states and not federal. And what I will say to this, my new one, is abortion.
Oh, yeah.
I get told it gave people more freedom and allows states to, tell how we want it to be. And I say, okay, but why not do it with guns? And they go, oh, but that's in the amendment. And I go, who cares if it's in the amendment? Don't you understand? Once you hand it over to the state, there's more freedom. We need to give guns over to the state because it gives it more freedom. It gives it more states' rightiness.
I mean, I think they would say it's a rule of law issue. If if you could pass that by an amendment and put it in there, they'd have to abide by it. But that's not but that's not the current state of the law.
But who cares about the amendment or the current state of the law? I want to know how it gets you. Doesn't it give? Shouldn't they want it? Wouldn't it give gun owners more freedom if it can get banned in some states? I'm just using their logic. It goes over to states' rights, and now we're giving it back to the people, James. Don't you understand?
It's not an absolutist position. We're a federal republic. We have dual sovereignty with the states. The federal government does some things. The states do others.
But I'm asking, what rights are gun owners losing? They're getting more rights, aren't they? So why can't it just be the same thing?
I guess it depends on the state they live in.
Sure, but that means we should all want it because it's handing it over to the states. It's handing it over to the people, James. That's what we... And I know I'm using kind of a narrative and a push and a pull, and I kind of have a shtick, but it's how I feel. It's the same thing. If we truly felt any time that people use states' rights, it means we're about to take away a right. It means people are about to lose something that they truly had a freedom to before.
So the reason... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So the reason that they chose education is because you're right about a lot, and this is a fight that's going on in California right now. Everybody's hollering about the Second Amendment because California limits the number of rounds that can be in a magazine below what most gun makers put in them. So there's a big argument about that now. But the reason that they do it with schools is because schools are federally controlled completely. So by releasing schools, it allows for special interest groups and private corporations to set up for-profit schools within states that will allow it. And there are some that do. So it just turns the education system over to corporations.
Oh, I agree. Not only that, but so when you get a loan from the federal government, you generally have some of the best APR you will ever get in your entire life. My loans are 3 to 6% on my over $100,000 loan. If you go to Sallie Mae or any private corporation, like people are going to be forced to do, it's going to be 20 to 30% APR.
Yeah.
You thought debt in this country was bad? You have no idea. You literally no idea. It's about to be 20 to 30% worse. Like, she couldn't say that. It's about to be 26 to 22% worse, at least minimally.
Yeah. So the other thing though, they've I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, it's okay. But I will say after this point, and maybe we'll have like one more whatever, and then we do gotta head out.
So the idea of putting whenever they say that we're going to put this in the state's hands, the reason that the federal government had those programs to begin with is because they had to be regulated equally across the United States for everyone in order to give people that freedom you're talking about. And because in some states people, didn't have the right to do simple everyday things, and across the state line it would be different, and it causes a lot of confusion in the court system and everything else. So the whole idea of putting things in states' hands is okay if it's a thing that states can manage. But the reason most of these are federal programs is because they tried that and they couldn't.
I apologize. I'm listening to you, Joe. But James, how do you feel? You feel like throwing a coin?
No.
I'm sending so much, Wesley. Maybe if it wasn't at like the zenith hour. The real bread was given to all mankind about 30 days ago. What happened 30 days ago? But James, this is so good. Look, there's even a number in it. You who took the coming Omnibar barcode, a branded mark, shall find after that is there is no food to buy with the 32,523 you shall be promised in computer. That's so specific. And James, did you get 32,000? Joe, did you get 32,000?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet. Damn it.
Wesley Curry's from down my way.
We get a smile. I can see you back there smiling, though. I'm sending you so much love, Wesley. I shall be eating the real bread. Well, if I got 32,000, I'd be eating the real bread, too. Fuck, I get a pizza. I'm sending so much love. Oh, that's true. He does split the audience because it feels like we're, oh, yeah. But I'm sending so much love. Look, the nukes haven't hit us yet, though. So I've been nuking more pizza. Reality is not something you are seemingly able to comprehend. Are we in the Matrix? Damn, he left. James, if it was earlier, I swear, and I was...
Mr. Curry.
Oh my goodness. But people, I'll tell you the conundrum, Joe. All right. People think that we're punching down because he is truly crazy. But like he tells us that the nukes are coming and that we knew Jesus already and there will only be 1,000 people saved. And then look at that. That is a receipt. He gave us a receipt.
He showed me a picture that I've dreamed about 10,000 times once.
Was she pretty? Or he?
It looked like a child's finger painting of a landscape.
A child's finger painting of a landscape. I feel like that's a hard one. But, whatever I guess he's into, whatever $32,523 gets him, I guess.
That would buy a decent amount of methamphetamine. If you recall the one story he told us. If you recall the one story that he told us the first time he came on. Yeah.
Get some of them coloring books.
I'm coming down. Whew. I shouldn't laugh. This is what I mean. People always they get mad at us when we giggle at him. But I ask everyone else back, how is his claims any more insane than any other creationist? Okay? I stand by it. The difference is they can come on with a suit and a tie. They can dress it up in philosophy. They still think the world is 6,000 years old. They still go, you think you're related to a monkey? I know it happened in 6 days from the magic man. And then they go, don't call it a magic man. And I go, oh, what is it? And they go, it's a supernatural man.
That's magic.
All right, whatever. That's magic. Well, they just replace all the words. They will call it a miracle. And you go, well, what's a miracle? And you go, and it defies physics. And you go, well, what's magic? And they go, but when it defies physics, and that's blasphemous.
Oh, well,
what's up, AJ?
Here we have an amazing guest backstage.
All right, we're gonna
make some time to get him on.
Yes, and all right, we're going to. I'll keep on saying it then. If you have anyone that disagrees with us, come on long. Come online. But we are going to get AJ on. I think he's going to be our last one. We are, I almost said it again, Midnight Ranting. We are Skeptic and Ranting. It is still daytime. What's up, AJ? We are Skeptic and Ranting.
Hey, how's it going?
I hope you are not only doing well, we almost had a receipt from a theologian trying to explain to us that we were all given a grant of money and by Jesus himself. So these are good things to know. Anyway, we've been Skeptic and Ranting on I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts about anything we've talked about?
Were you talking about like a small loan of $1 million from Jesus?
I don't understand this. Yeah. Like he says that you who take the coming omnibar barcode, wow, Jesus gets sophisticated, a branded mark shall find after that there is no food to buy with the 32,523. You shall be promised in computer money.
Computer money.
Computer. Oh, Bitcoin? Yeah, I don't think this was. I think this is just his way of saying that he lost a whole bunch of money online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds like the thing Kent Hovind would always say about the mark of the beast, that people are going to have to get like a microchip in their hand, and then you won't be able to buy or sell anything without a chip like a credit card. And I'm wondering, like, in that scenario, like, how are you, like, what happens to like people just using cash or like the black market? Like, how are they going to enforce that, you know?
Excuse me, you cannot get around Satan, okay? Although it appears you have.
Yeah.
My father gave me a small loan of $1 million.
Oh yeah, AJ, we've been.
How have you been, AJ? How's everything on the channel?
Oh, it's been good. It's been a while since I've been on here because I got started on doing these live streams on this channel, actually. But yeah, it's been good. I'm creeping up on 9,000 subs. I'm hoping I can get there soon.
Oh, you'll be at 10K before you know it.
Yeah, maybe I should. I could just buy some fake subs like I've seen other people do.
With Jesus dollars.
Have you? Did you get around to buying our subscribers?
Now we're about to buy our subscribers back. Well, I'll tell you, I think the last time you debated Kent on stage, I think it broke the channel because they do like all theology debates. They don't really do lots of like skeptics or atheists on anymore.
Yeah. I don't know if he's had Kent on since he got kicked off of YouTube. I haven't seen any debates. He's been on Rumble with all the other like Trump-loving conservatives that got kicked off of YouTube for saying hate speech.
I just love that he's fallen so far.
Kicked off YouTube again.
Yeah.
Again, yeah. Kicked off for buying subs, and then he snuck back on.
I think the reason that Kent got, well, this last time it was because of Emma Thorne reporting his channel. But before that, I think it was because he was saying stuff about the January 6th protests. I'm pretty sure that's why he got booted, because there was 3 different times that I remember that he made a new channel. And I think the first time it was for talking about vaccine stuff. And then the second time it was because he called the January 6th protesters patriotic and said that Trump was going to like free all of them from jail once he got into office and all this stuff. And like his own fans kind of came back at him. And the next time he had an open mic saying like, well, those people attacked police officers and stuff, like and Kent totally dodged it talking about that. So
probably likes he dodges defending creationism and
dodges taxes.
So a wealth of good ideas, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like that he's been welcome. We're on www.farrightblog.com, the only website that allows me to broadcast anymore.
Yeah. That's what happens is that it's like Stefan Molyneux, if you ever watched him, he was really salty when he got kicked off of YouTube because it's definitely the biggest platform for videos, even with all the problems YouTube has. People still they get started here usually, and then
Well, I would say step one to not getting kicked off this platform is not getting recorded saying that you're about to scam the corporation of money. That's step number one.
Yeah, that'll help.
They frown on that, apparently.
Yeah, look who we got on, Titan.
But yeah, they had this episode was like quasi-inspired by Kent. It's really a Kent allocate. James presented me with a few videos, and this one had SpongeBob on it, and so my heart rate
like a
just
dog whistle for...
Exactly. And it wasn't really Kent, but it was more just a guy who, got raised by Kent like a WWE figure, only this wrestler beats his wife. I guess that could apply to a few, but nonetheless.
Well, there was Chris Benoit back a couple of years ago. I was
going to say.
Real men love Jesus. Real men suck whale dick.
Oh my goodness. Him and phallic animals.
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
so funny.
Do you hear me, Jay, where he said, the male duck's penis falls off every year. I wonder what he thought the first time it fell off. Like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, this guy was just basically going in on evolution.
Yeah. I think AJ made a good point about evolution, and maybe we can get him to make that point again here. They actually believe in evolution, right, AJ?
Yeah. Well, they technically they have to. I mean, they have to believe in or accept microevolution because they can't deny that it's evident, So even creationists don't deny that. They used to back in before the Dwayne Gish and ICR stuff. But it's like with Kent Hovind, he says, "Oh, dogs produce dogs." Okay, well that we see that, but he says, but macroevolution doesn't happen. But for the Noah's Ark,
yes,
that they believe in to make any sense, you'd have to have a hyper fast evolution.
They need it.
You could pick any species, but just saying they had 2 cats on the Ark, 2 big cats or 2 house cats, and from that you're gonna get all the different breeds that we have now. That will have to be a much faster evolution than is even suggested by evolutionists.
But it's even worse than that because Ken Hovind would say, okay, so you have 2 cats get off the Ark, and then for 4,400 years we have all what we see today. But no, it's not 4,400 years because we have depictions of these animals from the ancient world in their present form. A tiger was a tiger 2,000 years ago. A lion was a lion. A jaguar was a jaguar. A cheetah was a cheetah. They really had just literally a few generations to change from whatever cat got off the Ark into all that we see in nature today.
Yes.
I also like how they phrase some of the microevolution like a lawyer or a politician, because they know it would be checkmate, because you're saying I believe in evolution, except for, well, I thought you just said I don't believe in evolution, but they always go like, we all accept microevolution. Come on, who doesn't accept microevolution? We all do. You know, one thing changing to another, but that's evolution. And
They're
they
saying,
go, no. We just don't accept that we're related to everything and all this other stuff. But it's like, but it doesn't stop. Why would it? It would keep on going.
Extrapolate that out to say that everything is related to every. Well, yes, we can. We just did.
And yes, things. Oh no, go AJ.
Yeah, I actually forgot what I was gonna say, but
that's me half the week.
Yeah,
but I like that they call us evolutionists, because that's like you have to add an ist or a new at the beginning. So like we're new atheists, that's a bad thing, and then we're evolutionists, that's a bad thing. But I just prefer the term biologists and us supporting what they believe in, because that's where the empirical evidence is.
You're a globist. A globist.
But yes, macroevolution is what they. AJ is very much right. Macroevolution is what they try and argue about, but that's because they do not believe in any time frame over 10,000 years, which is ridiculous. I do not understand how less time is more believable than more time. They're like, no, it makes way more sense. 6 days.
Whether you for that, and it's just that it's hard for humans to imagine really big numbers in our heads. You know, like I can think of like 10 or 100 apples pretty easily, but like 34 billion apples versus like 10 billion. It's hard to visualize that, and you know, human lifespans are not that long. So for the average person, I think it's colloquially easier for them to accept something like it being on the scale of thousands of years, because really what they're really associating is just the beginning of human origins, or like modern human origins, really with the beginning of the universe.
And on the case of insulting everyone from Boston, how about them apples?
Yeah.
All of that for really nothing. Sending love to everyone out there.
You know, they're always saying young Earth, but 6,000 is really old. That's old. I'm 70-some years old, and I'm falling apart already. 10,000, 6,000 is really old. It's not as old as 4 billion, but it's pretty old.
Yeah. It seems like a long time to us because it is, but it's still an order of magnitude less amount of time than the actual existence of the Earth, and then the entire universe. Like it's just hard to even fathom that in the first place. So it's real. I think it's more comforting to think of things on a small scale, like God specifically created humans, like we're special. The Earth is the only planet that with life on it, rather than because when you start getting into the idea that we're like on a small isolated rock in like a cold and empty universe, it gets a little bit existential dread creeping in. So I've always thought that religion is like just sort of a comforting notion that a lot of people have, because they're afraid of dying. They're afraid of being alone, especially in the universe. And so it's just easier to think that way.
Incredulity is easier.
Yeah. It's one of the most common thinking patterns that humans have. It's like, that's why it's so hard to avoid cognitive dissonance, or like having a bias for things that you want to be true.
I also noticed the arguments that motivate us are completely different from what motivates theists. So for example, the argument of evil, why does evil exist in this world? tends to be way more weighing on their heart than it is. To a skeptic, we all go, oh, no, that actually makes way sense in a cold, chaotic universe that is being run by natural laws. And
it does.
Fear of death, I think, is one of the strongest motivators for staying in religion. And I think Pascal's wager, which is, I don't want to say laughable, because, back then he was a scholar, there was time to think about it, but I think most atheists kind of just poo-poo it away. And yet it seems to be very strong to a lot of these theists on the edge.
We don't consider it strong, but
exactly. But to someone who's about to be or on the edge of religion, they're weighing this back and forth. I mean, it's the afterlife.
That's the thing, though. It makes intuitive sense, and that's why it's a strong argument, because it's one of those things where if you don't think about it, it definitely makes sense up front. But I have something to say about the problem of evil thing, because I've heard a lot of theists argue that, well, the reason that evil exists, or that people have the capacity to do bad things, is because God wanted us to have free will. And I'm like, yeah, but there's free will, and then there's couldn't he have put like maybe a couple of restrictions built in? Like, I feel like things wouldn't be that bad if we had like total free will, but you can't, like, humans aren't capable of like violent murder rampages, like,
or at least weren't prone to it.
Yeah.
Or like put it in your 10 Commandments for sake. Like, you could have put like some of the horrible things that we do to each other, like you're saying, you could have given us a warning instead of like a reminder, like, keep my name in vain. All right, thanks, bro. Useful in society.
But the whole free will thing, I mean, it's a complete joke. For first of all, there's threats and coercion. Those are not consistent with free will. If God really gave free will, he wouldn't give people the choice between, okay, either worship me forever or burn forever. That's not free will. That's being forced. That's coercion. And that's totally not consistent with free will. We see it in the Bible. He violates free will whenever it's convenient for him. He does it with the Pharaoh so he can have his fun torturing the people of Egypt. And even the New Testament, it says God will send strong delusions to make people believe a lie so he can punish them for believing that lie that he made them believe. It's just
just
him fucking with people. It's just him messing with people and having fun doing it. It's not really free will.
Did Mary Magdalene have free will, like, to decide whether or not she wanted to carry Jesus to term and give birth to him, or not? Did she have a choice in the scenario, or did God just kind of decide she was going to get pregnant?
I think that was a different character than Mary.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Can we just point out, though, in AJ's point, I've seen many comedians do this. He did have a thing for Mary, so I don't know what he had. That was had
There's
going
something
on.
about Mary.
Something about there was. Oh,
but, I mean,
my
she
God!
Was a young 13 maybe year-old girl. She is
God likes
by
them
an
young.
angel. No,
It's still older than Aisha.
Yes, well, so that I will grant you that. It still get older than Aisha, and
it's at least
yet religion
with the norm
is just
for the day.
weird with sex. God seems to be able to get free all. I was going to say free ball, and I'm going to say it now.
That's funny.
Woo. And yet they don't really like their followers to have lots.
I was on a stream maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago with a certain YouTuber. He used to be pretty big. He's not anymore. Just complaining about women and how, I guess, a girl chose to do something with a guy, and then years later she goes and reports him and gets him in trouble, and he's just so poo-pooing about it, like all these women, they're vindictive, they're evil. Joshua Herbell over there. But he's making it sound like how old was she? Women. 12 or 13? Come on, get your head out of your ass. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for you.
Wow.
You were in your 20s?
All these Jeffrey Epstein type people. Never mind.
Yeah.
I went to a thing on before I left Swasta Twitter. We had I forget what they call it there, but the open panel things on there, and it was a bunch of apologists, creationists, blaming women and young girls for those things happening because the temptation that they put out there. So so that idea gets really, really bad once it's taken. And
oh no, it's they're the same. The fundy Christians are just like the fundy Muslims because it always just gets down to fundamentalism. I'm sure the Mormons are the same way. It's that my religion is right. It has all of this sexual baggage of these guys from thousands of years ago that just seem to kill the men and take the women and children. And they seem to like doing that, many of them, except for the Mormon guy who is just a complete scam artist. But aren't they all? But yes, I'm going to say this. We're going to go on. I know I said this, Joe, but we're glad to have AJ on. We're going to go for about 10 more minutes, and then we are going to head out because I eventually do got to do grading. But it's going to be spring break soon. Oh my goodness! Then James, we should also do many more streams as well. But yes, not any closing thoughts, but any more final thoughts for everyone to talk about before we head out here. We are Skeptic and Ranting, and I triggered many atheists by debunking evolution. This guy really was somehow down the pipeline a Kent Hovind acolyte, just criticizing evolution. Though at the end of the video, he just started preaching and saying, listen, y'all, they're not going to believe us even if we do prove evolution wrong. And you go, then what the fuck is this video even for?
Well, I didn't see the video, but just from hearing the title, I have to wonder why would it specifically trigger atheists for evolution to be proven wrong? Because that's just this like false narrative they have that it's a false dichotomy that, only religious people think evolution is wrong and only atheists think evolution is true. It's just not like that,
Yeah, no consideration for theistic evolutionists. And
right.
To be completely honest with you, after watching this a few times before and now, it has nothing to do with atheists being triggered. It was apparently people were mean to him in the comments section, maybe made comments about him because he was very insecure.
Told him he was wrong.
Told him he was wrong. And then there was, in my opinion, a cute skeptic biddy who really upset him. And she was bringing up this lady over and over and over. And so it was really him versus a specific skeptic woman in the comment section that got into his head. That tends to be someone basically trying very calmly to explain evolution with an example for him, and him going, That was the short and sweet.
Well, it's always worse if it's a woman with these people.
I will kind of agree with you.
I'm not going to have a woman talk down to me.
Right. It's like they have these misogynistic podcasts on YouTube now, or I think those guys got banned. I know they got banned from TikTok anyway, like the Fresh and Fit guys. And they have these it's like this weird incel pickup artist adjacent thing where they talk down about women and basically dehumanize them and tell you to basically treat them like dogs, literally.
AJ, can I just tell you, and I don't know this, but I know this, that each one of them just kind of wants to lick a dominatrix boot. I just
Well, I can't. Who wouldn't?
I mean, true, right? I mean, truly. But yes.
I talked to an anti-feminist atheist the other day. That was interesting.
It's like when I talk to, especially from the UK, because that's Turf Island, every once in a while I'll talk to an anti-trans atheist and stuff like that, because they come once again. J.K. Rowling has unleashed some people among us, but they're definitely not the majority. My goodness, I'm hoping that.
Well, at least Magdalene Burns died, if you know who that is, and I don't feel bad about saying it. She was a notorious gender critical person on Twitter, and she said really nasty things about trans people, and then she got brain cancer and died.
Listen, everyone has a mom and dad. Nonetheless, when bad people die, it is much harder.
Well, yeah.
Gave a eulogy for Pat Roberts in a little while ago.
Exactly. That's basically my sentiments. Exactly.
Well, when you're somebody who's advocating for people of a minority group to die, and then that person also dies, it's like, well, I can't feel that much sympathy.
It's like when Herman Cain went around trying to say the COVID wasn't real, and then I forget what he died from. Where did he die from?
Yeah, like Bill Sardi also.
It ended in a number, and it started with a C, but I forget. Sending so much love, Command Cyborg. What is up, y'all? We have been having a fun time basically criticizing theists and superstitious people. And can I tell you what my favorite thing? This will shut up every anti-vaxxer, okay? It's my favorite question. It's a simple question. All you need to do is ask them, what is a vaccine? I almost never get a response. I get a lot of and loud sound effects, a lot of insults, and yet I never get the actual answer. I'm going to give everyone the cheat key, even though I'm pretty sure we learned this in middle school and high school, but it is the dead virus. And we just use either the dead virus or the mRNA, which is,
spike proteins.
Yeah, the spike proteins of the virus, a part of the virus, and it helps give a battle plan to what is that word that the anti-vaxxers want so badly? Oh, right, natural immunities. Crazy, isn't it? Okay, I'm done my PSA.
Yeah. I got a tip from Gutsick Gibbon a while ago. She said that if you're talking to somebody about human evolution or apes, and you hear them say orangutan with a G on the end, that means they probably don't know what they're talking about.
That's probably true.
And it's really proven true in my experience.
Oh, but if there are, I'm trying to do the Europe. I can't even do the joke itself. But if there are apes, if there are Europeans, I can't do the joke. I think. If there are Europeans here, why are there still Europeans? No, I still failed. I can't.
Well, the one that I say, it's like, if I have bread and I make toast, do I still have bread? Why do I still have bread?
There you go. That one works.
If I have like a loaf of bread and I make toast with one slice, why do I still have bread?
If we come from Europeans, why are there still Europeans? I feel like I'm closer, but still not there.
Well, it's like a European coming over and finding the Americas, quote unquote, and then becoming Americans, but there are still Europeans on the original continent. I think that's the idea.
Jokes are always better when you have to explain them.
No, truly, to get a joke, what you have to do is get it wrong like 6 times, analyze it, and then kind of do it semi-right after all of that. I'm pretty sure that's how you get it the funniest.
It's like when you're trying to play acoustic guitar for people, you have to have like 6 or 7 false starts.
That's right. Exactly. Anyway, we have been talking. I triggered many atheists by debunking evolution. We are about to do outros, but I don't think any creationists exist anymore because they didn't join. So I think we're done. So thank you, panel. We've defeated creationism in America.
Tangela didn't join.
Now we can sin.
I've been listening. Tangelo is kind of mellowed out, and I swear this is me just like projecting onto him, he sounds a little bit more defeated. He used to be very bravado Antangelo, and now he just, the orange jello is running. It just sounds more, yes, we just, there is the Shroud of Terran, and look, it's probably real and stuff, and Jesus. He just doesn't have that same gusto.
That's what I hear in every argument, though.
Yeah.
That's true. Maybe that's
right.
all.
I think you're right.
I'm trying to think. There was another theist that came in. I'm trying to remember. It wasn't P Mars. Is crazy. Is sending love P Mars. You're not crazy.
He's just dumb.
and racist when he's angry. But let's not go there.
That's usually a good indicator that somebody is truly a racist.
I know.
If that
comes out when they get mad.
Absolutely.
When they get mad.
Because they always go for the lowest hanging fruit. I'm trying to remember what I was just telling to James. Oh, when I bring up evolution. Okay, I'll play the same test with you, AJ. What do you think is the number one thing I get countered? Oh, wait, was it a cult? I say when I tell them that they're in a cult, what they try to bring back on me, why I can't really talk about them being in a cult. I'll give you any guess.
That well, I know Ken Hovind calls evolution a cult.
Well, that's a good guess. That's a good one.
I'll just guess that it has something to do with you being trans, just because it always does with those people.
Just because it always does. I literally can't escape it. I've been
the gender cult.
The gender cult.
Do they call trans a cult now? Is that happening?
Oh yeah. So I can't talk about
gender.
I can't talk about evolution because that's biology, and I don't accept biology, and I can't call them a cult because I am in a gender cult. And you talk to these people and you're like, I'm not even using this metaphorical. I'm not using it as an insult. Like, you just told me a guy is perfect. He's never done anything wrong. And he's going to take you away to the happy place where you will reign there forever. Oh, no. That sounds great. That sounds like every non-snake salesman ever in history. But yeah, go do that.
You being in a cult doesn't preclude them from being in a cult, though. I don't.
No, I know exactly. What they try and do is they try and turn it on me, and I try and be like, dude, it's like it's not an insult. Don't just try to take the lowest hanging thing and be like, you're still an ape. Yes, I'm still transgender. You can insert whatever about biology. You're still an ape. At the end of the day, you're still a mammal. They accept mammal. What also kills me. What's up, Jessica Bell? I agree. Heart.
Well, the other I remember another person who talked about like wanting to have a reign that lasted for an eternity. I don't remember his name. I just know he was born on 420.
1,000-year Reich.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that person.
Almost like they wanted to set up a. I don't even use that.
A third type of. They weren't going to a left. They might have going to a right.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll probably go into outros. It is Godwin's law, though I feel like our society has been naturally doing that. Our public discourse has been doing that. I always ask. This is my final thing, okay? To the people that tell me, and this is random and it's politics, it'll date this episode, but to the people that tell me Elon is not a Nazi, he gave speeches for ADF, and the ADF, they are the far right alternative nationalist group in Germany. And all I have to ask of anyone, didn't we used to have a name for those type of people? I forget. There was like it rhymes with Yahtzee, Otzi, Schmatzi. I really wish we had a word for it. Anyway.
Are we sure we want to put far right extremists in power in Germany? Like it's you almost have to laugh at the idea of it,
because
but it's curious.
too on the nose. It's so on the nose that anyone watching this as a TV show would be like, come on, guys, you have to be metaphorical, and it has to be like an analogy, or you have to, it has to be the context of the situation, the undertones. But no. This is like the new thing. We're just doing it out in the open. That's like
the salutes in front of millions of people, like that.
He was just waving. Can I tell you? That's the other thing. People tell me, and I'm not going to do it. But like they're saying, he was just waving his heart. Okay, anyone. Okay, like hail a cab. Hailing a cab. I want you to put your hand on a fist, and then I want you to put it in a direction like this and go the whole way like this. That's all I want you to do. Because they say it could have been anything. It could have been, okay, really, just a random fist. I just want you to go like this, hold it, go like this, tap it, and go up. And I want you to figure out if you would not get the beat out of you in Philadelphia. That's really the experiment that I want you to run.
I remember when I forget the guy's name, the guy that got punched. When Richard Spencer,
the haircut, that haircut
for people saluting him after one of his speeches, and they were trying to say that it was a Roman salute. It's like, yeah, but that's the thing. That's what that used to mean, and then it was appropriated to have a different meaning. That's the same thing that they did with the swastika. They took an already existing image and just altered it slightly, and now it has an inherently different meaning. Like that's why you can't use that excuse.
It's almost like context matters.
But it's also, he is giving it in rallies by which that's what they are. And so it's like, well, no, he wouldn't give a Nazi salute at the Nazi rally. And you go, why? Oh, no, he's just...
I mean, it was at a rally for this,
was it
the right wing taking power in America. So like he does it once and sees what it looks like, but then does it again. I mean, I think that I don't know. I have trouble with that. I don't. I mean, I guess it could be anything, but I mean, if you look like one and walk like one, you might be one in that case.
Yeah, it's like I'm wondering at this point, what would you have to do to qualify for that?
Right.
Because it's like, it's only if you're like the guys on Jerry Springer who come out, or you're Edward Norton in American History X. That's how you have to look.
It has to be literally, it has to be something like a Kanye West going out and saying, "I love Mustache Man." It's like, well, he did two of the salutes. He did rallies at. Now we're just saying the thing over, but I feel like there is enough evidence that if it walks like it and talks like it, and
I kind of had to laugh. Kanye had a tweet. He was like, "I guess I'm not a Nazi after all." I was like, "Well, I mean, I'm glad that you said that, but."
That could have been titled, "I guess I did go back on my meds." Oh my goodness. Again, not making fun of anyone. We should be talking about mental health, but my lordy.
Just don't stop taking your medication all at once. Talk to your doctor about taking it. There's a right and wrong way to do it, I think.
Talk to your doctor.
Yeah.
All right. Sponsored by Nabisco syringes. Nabisco syringes. It tastes wonderful going into your blood. Anyway, we are going to go outros. We are going to go in the opposite order that we came in, which means, AJ, you're the most recent to join us, which means you're going to be the first up in line. We have been Skeptic and Ranting. I triggered many atheists by debunking evolution, and yet it never seems to go that way. We are going into outros. Woo! Woo! Send in love, AJ. Lovely having you on. We have been skeptic and ranting about apparently someone getting triggered by many atheists by debunking evolution, and of course the nonsense that all of these theists and apologists talk about. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, my channel is just Atheist Junior. My final thoughts would just be, it seems now like more than ever, it's hard to figure out what information is trustworthy, like online. It just seems like there's just like a sea of noise, and it's hard to pick out what you can actually believe to be true versus stuff that's trying to influence you to move to one side or the other of the political spectrum in like a underhanded way. So just, take the time to like research the stuff that you read. Like, I think more people need to have those journalistic skills to know, like, if there's something claimed, then like, does the article have a source for it? Like, can I read it myself and actually find out, is this true, or am I just going to read the title and like move on and then get angry about it on the internet? Because they did studies that statistically people will spend longer on apps if they're posting about something that they're angry about. There's a lot of content out there that's just designed to, I think, enrage people and stir the pot. So yeah, just be mindful of that. And also, like, I'm trying to drink more water lately, so I'm just going to recommend that too. And that's it.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, AJ. You should be checking out his channel. Let's get him to 10,000 and keep on triggering Ken Hoven. And all right, we're going to keep on going down the line. Joe, the Kentucky Atheist, we have been skeptic and ranting on I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution and more theist fun. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts? Oh, you are muted. That's okay. James, I guess I'm going to hand...
Thanks, Kentucky Atheist.
Thank you so very much, Kentucky Atheist. Everyone should...
Sorry, I muted myself.
Oh, there you go. Welcome. Hope you had a good time. And what are your final thoughts?
First, thank you for having me on, Amy. I've wanted to sit down and talk with you for a while, and maybe we'll get there. But again, this argument about evolution and stuff, education is the key. Just remain skeptical and be willing to look at evidence and observation rather than believe in gods and things that there are no support for. But come check me out on the Kentucky Atheist. We always do open panels and stuff. Come hang out with us.
Go check out Joe's channel on the Kentucky Atheist.
Yeah.
And all right. Thank you so very much, Joe. And keep on coming on. And all right. We're handing it to the co-pilot. Land this plane. We have been skeptic and ranting on I Triggered Many Atheists by Debunking Evolution. What do you think, James? Are you now a creationist?
Yeah. Not yet, but maybe one day. We'll we'll just keep watching. We'll maybe see what this young man has to put out next, and then we'll see if we're convinced. But I'm not anticipating it. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday morning and afternoon. Now it's the afternoon. Thanks, AJ and Joe, Kentucky Atheist, for coming on, giving us some good conversation, and we'll be back in the week, hopefully.
Yes, we will. I would like to try and do a Bible study so we can get into that really good, juicy wisdom that was promised to us. I'm sure it's going to happen. I know it is. Anyway, I want to thank you, misfits and everyone. In this episode of Skeptic and Ranting, we watched a video from the channel, A Messenger of Truth, called I Triggered Many Atheists. I'm pretty sure it was just
so many.
I know, so many. By Debunking Evolution for a triggering good time. Though I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our panel, Joe the Kentucky Atheist and Atheist Jr., as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please like, follow, subscribe. I said it. Let them go, because then you can hit that bell icon to all, which allows you to see our premieres like that stands up, blue-haired. Oh my god, if I get any more woke, it would be because of the coffee. Anyway, and to see our live streams like the one today, I keep on saying tonight, that is a light source. Apparently it's a round glowing thing. Anyway, we want to thank everyone who is leaving comments on the channel or any of the super chats, super thanks, and all of our channel members with our evolving badge system laid out below, because evolution, as you can see, Trevor from Whitest Kids You Know. Good series, though unfortunately he passed too, but it's great. You should watch it. Yes, sending so much love to all of our supporters. Even if you don't believe in evolution, you're wrong though. When they talk about biology, like you don't accept biology, that's what we should be saying. If you don't accept evolution, you don't accept biology. There is no more of a foundational. The only thing I can think of is maybe germs at this point, but there is no stronger backbone for biology than the theory of evolution by natural selection. Anyway, as well as our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and along with James W. and our fantastic panel, we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Mwah. Go check out Joe and Atheist Jr.'s channels. I pressed the opening. That's why it was so short. Anyway, go shout out to the Kentucky Atheist, probably if I actually say the actual channel name, and AJ, or the Atheist Jr. right there. The Atheist Jr. He is technically the Atheist Jr. We're sending love. You should be checking out both their channels. Good night, good day, good morning. One of those, y'all. Mwah. Good night, y'all. Good